Council will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is May 6, 2025 at 4:31 PM. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh. Here. Councilwoman Little Roberts. Councilman Taylor. Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader. Mayor Simonson.
Here. Next item up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
got one item that we're going to pull from our consent agenda that we'll get on our next action. But other than that, I move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion, a second, to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Hey,
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is agreed to. Next up is a consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
move that we vacate item number 5 from the consent agenda. With that, I move that we would approve the amended consent agenda for the mayor to sign and the clerk to attest.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to amend and approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And the consent agenda is agreed to. There were no items moved from the consent agenda. So with that, we'll move on to item 18, which is Building Safety Month proclamation. Bruce, Sam, team, whoever, if you'd like to join me at the podium. If you all want to come on this side, that way the community can see your bright smiling faces today. That's the value and benefit of this. So I'm not going to lead into this because it looks like your fearless leader has some note cards to go into. But I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. I will just start off by saying this has one of the funnest beginnings of any proclamation I've ever done because, it's exciting, from that standpoint. So whereas, game on. The theme for Building Safety Month 2025 encourages us all to get involved and raise awareness about building safety on a personal, local, and global scale. And whereas each year, in observance of Building Safety Month, people all over the world are asked to consider the commitment to improve building safety, resilience, and economic investment at home and in the community, and to acknowledge the essential service provided to all of us by local, state, tribal, territorial, and federal building safety and fire prevention departments in protecting lives and property. And whereas our confidence in the resilience of these buildings that make up our community is achieved through the devotion of those vigilant guardians, building safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, design professionals, laborers, plumbers, and others in the construction industry who work year-round to ensure the safe construction of buildings. And whereas modern building codes include safeguards to protect the public from natural hazards such as snowstorms, wildland fires, floods, and earthquakes. Whereas the city of Meridian is committed to recognizing that our growth and strength depends on the safety and essential role our homes, buildings, and infrastructure play, both in everyday life and when disaster strikes. Therefore, I, Mayor Robert E. Simpson, proclaim the week of May 2025 as Building Safety Month in the city of Meridian and encourage all citizens to join us as we participate in Building Safety Month activities and recognize those that help to strengthen our community and protect us in the buildings that we live, work, and raise our families. Day, the 6th day of May 2025. So with that, Mr. Director, I will hand this to you and turn the microphone over to you or any member of your team that you'd like to speak.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I want to just tell you how much we appreciate this recognition, this proclamation. It helps to reinforce the importance of the building codes and the work that the men and women of the building services section for Meridian go through every single day to make sure that our built environment in the city is safe and sound for our citizens. So Brett Calder was going to be here to talk, but he went home sick today. But he did have a big, long speech written. So I apologize you won't get to hear that. But thank you very much for your support. And anybody else have anything? No? Okay, thank you. Sure.
All right, with that, council, we'll move on to item 19, which is the 2026-2031 strategic plan development. I'm going to turn this over to Vincent, but before Vincent launches into his conversation, this will be the last time we hear about the strategic plan from Vincent. So in case you had not yet heard, Vincent will be with us through another 9 days, well, technically 7 work days, I think we're down to, before he goes and takes another position with a competing entity that we shall remain nameless in that context. But it gives him an opportunity to grow professionally with a team, which is one of those things that I know he's been striving for. And so we're excited to see him take that next step. So he's going to go over where we are at this point in time, but imagine we'll probably put a pin in things after this presentation as we evaluate our resource allocation as we move forward in this context. So with that, Vincent, I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you, Robert. Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm here to review our current strategic plan from 2021 to 2025 and also share with you a potential framework for our next strategic plan. So I hope to discuss some highlights and lessons for our current strategic plan today, what is left to do with our current strategic plan, what has happened in relation to our new strategic plan framework, and what is coming up next. For our 2021 to 2025 strategic plan, we've accomplished many important priorities for the community. And in the memo, there's more details as to some of the accomplishments that we've accomplished over time. We look to improve communications with our internal staff and to the community. There were a lot of operational items in the current strategic plan. And we look to define and focus on big picture priorities for our next strategic plan. We'd also like to evaluate key results and goals through our leadership team and elected officials for our new strategic plan. There's several things left to do in our current strategic plan. One is the Linder Road right-of-way approval and construction, evaluating a business improvement district in downtown, and finalizing review of ordinances and policies which have been in front of council over the past couple years. We'd also like to finalize improvements to our community pathway network, which were identified and prioritized during our strategic plan, and also develop a long-term strategy for downtown parking. In our new plan, what have we done so far? From October to January, I conducted assessments with our city council, our director team, and the mayor, and asked them how things are working with our current plan, what we'd like to see changed, and what implications those have for our community and for our overall plan structure. I reviewed the assessment data with our mayor and our senior leadership team during the months of March and April. We reviewed and updated our focus area statements for concise language and updates, which I provided to you earlier last week. One of the recommendations that I'm recommending for our next plan is that we have a flexible plan focused on actionable, achievable, big picture improvements for our community and truly make it a community plan. So what's happened during our focus area assessments? As I mentioned, during those months of March and April, we reviewed our focus area statements, evaluated them for conciseness and for completeness, and made sure that the words made sense because words matter in our strategic plan and the vision for our community. We recommended updates to that team and the mayor and council president reviewed those focus area updates. And then last week I sent those to you for consideration and review. So what's next? I'd like council to review, update, and approve the focus area changes. For the framework, hopefully you can choose council members to work on the strategic goals and results with the executive team that you form and schedule visioning and brainstorming sessions to help flesh out what our goals should be for our community, what we should accomplish, and what kind of results we want to achieve. Let me go over some strategic plan terminology because everybody loves all of these terms. So our focus areas, those are foundational statements that will help define our vision and mission, which are essential to build strategic goals, key results, and strategies. Our goals will help articulate what we look to improve, achieve, or determine for outcomes for our community. Key results, projects, or outcomes. These statements support the goals, utilize smart terminology, and define what should be accomplished and tells us what we are making better. The strategies that we develop through the departments will be a plan of action designed to achieve goals and objectives with well-articulated project plans, resources, and key success points along the way. Also outlines some of what council should collaborate on and provide input for. Council will examine our focus areas, help and create and adopt goals, and define what key results should look like through the strategic plan period. And hopefully by the end of the year, you'll adopt a strategic plan framework for our community. The executive branch has a slightly different role, also to examine our focus areas, help to create and adopt council goals with council, define what key results will look like and what should be achieved, and adopt a framework by the end of CY 2025. They also will create strategies in alignment with the goals and key results. How will we communicate and evaluate? Well, you'll be provided project-based updates from the director team on a semi-annual basis. You will evaluate and update the plan on an annual basis by evaluating the key results and strategies and how well we've done with them. There'll be an annual report towards the adopted goals, and then monthly updates will be had between the director team and the mayor on the executive side. Plan of action, phase 1. We've already been working on some of these things, but for the remainder, from May to July, we look to affirm our focus area statements and the language, and do our goal setting sessions by brainstorming and creating goals, by asking what can we impact, what are our strengths, what are our opportunities, aspirations, and results we'd like to achieve. Phase 2 would involve strategic engagement with our stakeholders and our community and inform our staff of the priorities that we look to achieve. We would also adopt a framework which includes our focus areas, goals, and key results. Phase 3 would include strategy development and implementation. Strategies would be developed by the executive branch through departments by developing key touch points and deliverables. And then after we develop those strategies, we would implement and kick off and communicate our plan to the community, to our staff. And that's the overview that I have for the strategic plan for the city of Meridian, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Vincent. And council, if I could just add a few things before we get into the discussion is, I obviously wasn't in your conversations with Vincent. I took Vincent's, when he came back and shared his general viewpoint on what council was stated. So when the directors and I had a conversation about the items that were presented, I asked Council President, should we hold on to these or should we come forward and see where the council conversation goes? And Council President Cavanagh said, let's put it out there. We really were, I think that generally stay true to what was there. And that was kind of the general consensus, but they were a reflection of, I think, maybe some of the areas where some of the departments found some challenges in the wording. And also trying to get them streamlined a little bit so that they just were easier to digest, not just for the city, but maybe for the public in that context. If you feel like we need to have a full-on conversation and want to explore those, we're happy to do that. Don't feel like this is like, being put forward with a up or down vote, but we at least wanted to give you the context of where this was coming forward to you for today, and whether we want to do that today or we want to have a separate conversation about those, we can do that. So with that, council, questions, comments, thoughts?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
a couple kind of elementary questions. Not having been part of any of this when this was developed initially, and I see the value of kind of council input and the director's input. I guess a question I have for you, Vincent, maybe Mayor, you can chime in too. Is this a document that is more useful and more used in executing the decisions? So kind of you with your directors, Mr. Mayor, or how is that interaction with the council involvement with this? I'm trying to just get a sense, like, who's it really for? Like, who's the primary beneficiary of this plan besides the city writ large?
Councilman Taylor, typically the strategic plan has been a guiding document that brings forward the council would review and create our goals as a body and adopt those large priorities for the city and the goals that we want to set. And the council body has been involved in that discussion previously. The last strategic plan, we brought council in kind of a similar way. We asked them to brainstorm on the focus areas and the goals, and then that helps develop that framework so the departments can go create the strategies and the actions and the activities and the work that would be involved in creating the plan. So the council would be involved in the creating of the focus areas, affirming the language in the focus areas, creating those goals that we want to establish for our community. And you asked what the audience is for this, and really it should be, and I believe it is, a community plan with components that the executive branch executes. The council's role is to adopt that framework, adopt those goals, create those key results that we want to achieve, what we look to accomplish, our outcomes we want to accomplish, and then the executive branch can go create those strategies and those work items in order to accomplish those things over time. And they would report back on progress to those things. Council's role additionally is to support the strategic plan through budget and through policy and through influence as elected officials.
Mr. Mayor, a quick follow-up on that. So just kind of an additional question, if you could just talk for a minute a little bit then how the strategic plan kind of is interwoven with the comprehensive plan and then just our budget making process. I understand the comment, the strategic plan should inform our kind of like a bigger picture on that, but we create some specific outcomes in the comp plan that we'd like to see in addition to the future land use map and how we want to develop. But I just kind of like to understand, does the comp plan help us inform what the strategic plan should be, or does the strategic plan inform the comp plan when we redo that? So just trying to see how those kind of intertwine with each other and kind of how I should be thinking about this as we go forward.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Taylor, the comprehensive plan is definitely that long-term development plan for the community. And what we had done traditionally in the past is we looked at some of the shorter term, more strategic minded pieces and policies from the comprehensive plan, and we integrated them into the strategic plan. So yes, all of those are informing this document and informing what the strategic plan should be. And yes, the budget should be a part of that as well. But the comprehensive plan is not all included in the strategic plan, but there's definitely elements of it in the strategic plan document, whether those be short-term goals for longer-term items that are in that guiding document. But I look at those as guiding documents. That that comprehensive plan, we're looking to do an update to it. That should also inform some of our strategic plan goals and strategies that exist. And that's currently in the strategic plan that we have currently adopted. There's a number of those initiatives in that plan too.
Councilman Taylor, if you can figure out which came first, the chicken or the egg, because that's really where there's you don't want there to be conflict in either document, but if there's a directional change that should exist, right now, since we do have an adopted comp plan, I don't think we'd want something in the strategic plan that was in direct contradiction to that, no different than other plans we may adopt that may be in conflict with our comprehensive plan. We don't want to have that precedent. But if the council says over the next, if one of our strategic plan items is to review certain portions of our comp plan that maybe you think should be moved in that direction, I think that there can be a evaluation part to this that pushes those question marks about those type of elements. And evidently, if, I would hope that we don't have, especially in the comp plan, but, our fire department has a plan, Public Works has a plan. They all have a plan of some sort. And so they all feed into the content as best they can. But ultimately, if the council thinks we should go one direction, I hope that the directors would evaluate their current strategic plan and make sure that it's updated appropriately to align.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Thank you. Thanks, Vincent. I guess a couple questions, maybe a couple comments. I thought it was interesting that you focused a lot on council goals, capitalized in this presentation. Can you kind of expand on that in terms of what do you feel like is the difference of it being council goals versus like in my mind, the last time we did the strategic plan was a very collaborative effort. It involved the city council, it involved the mayor's office. Like, do you foresee that changing or happening differently?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Schrader, I highlighted council goals because as a body, I think it's important to have you adopt what goals for our community as elected officials. And they are adopted goals by our council, by our elected officials. And so I highlighted those as council because one of the things I think I heard from the discussions we've had is if we're going to have big priorities, we need to make sure that our body and the council agrees on what should our big priorities be. And if words matter and you as a body believe, where we're going to go as a community over the next 10 years, I think there should be some congruence that our council as a body agrees on those things. And that's generally the feedback I got from directors. And to give us a flexible plan, we need to hear from our elected officials on what our big goals should be. What should our priorities be? What are our results that we want to have? If we're going to say we're going to be a premier community by 2035, what are those things that we need to do? What are those things we need to have in that time period? And so that was one of the reasons I highlighted that. I don't disagree that, our goals should be established by the entire organization, but that was highlighted because of that fact.
Mr. Mayor, a couple follow-ups.
Councilman Schrader.
Thank you. No, that's helpful. I just kind of wanted to get your philosophy there. So I guess a recommendation I would have is I found it a bit cumbersome to have to flip back and forth between the original focus areas document and the updated focus areas document. I think if you do a merge and compare and create a red line, that would really help everybody. I did have some comments. I think the changes are pretty subtle. I think overall they're very similar goals. I think the things that popped out at me, and I'd like more time actually to provide feedback about the focus areas and the goals. I want to make sure we're being ambitious enough. I think that's really important. I felt like a lot of the modifications were kind of tweaking or dialing back what we're trying to achieve. I'll just give one example. Our previous focus areas talked about being one of the safest cities in the West. I thought that was really important. I do think it's important that we compare ourselves to other cities. And it's important to me that we can compare ourselves and say that we are the safest, if not one of the safest cities in the West. So I felt like just kind of that movement around safety still being important, but kind of taking out that language, I felt like that made that less ambitious. So that's just one example. There were some changes in the public health and safety focus area that kind of, I felt like narrowed the focus to emergency services and kind of took out some of the environmental health and infrastructure considerations that I thought were important. I do think those areas are covered elsewhere, but I'm not sure that those changes made sense. So there were just a few different things that I thought, this is really important. And if the focus areas are kind of the central thesis of what our goal is for every area, I think we all need to look at it harder. And actually, I felt like, if anything, we need to be a little bit more ambitious. That would just be my general feedback. I think if we're going to set a strategic plan, we should aim high. I think that's important. And so I just want us to have an opportunity maybe to take a couple weeks to, and you're not going to be here. So now I'm like, what are we going to do? But I think we need to take a little bit of time and kind of go through this together in more detail, either individually, and maybe you could gather our feedback or something. I don't know how you want this all to work with you departing in 9 days. So just throwing all that out there for the group.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
kind of along the lines of what Council Vice President Strader said, I'm thinking of a scenario, and I'm kind of curious if this would be a strategic plan thing or a comp plan thing, chicken or the egg. I don't know, but this is an exercise. Let's say I had an idea that was probably shared by several of us up here, that we wanted Meridian strategically over the next 10 years to get to a point where it was a city that was recognized for being very welcoming for entrepreneurs, for come be creative. We're going to open our arms. You can experiment with technologies here. You can partner with the city. Something where we're trying to be a lot more aggressive to cultivate higher wage jobs, creative, forward-thinking, tech-driven kind of a thing. Is that something where we would highlight in a strategic plan? Here are some things we would like to reach for as a city, to kind of part of being a premier city where, I don't want to compare it to like an Austin, Texas, but they've been very aggressive in pursuing those kinds of things. Let's say if Meridian wanted to have something like that, is that a strategic plan focus area? Is that a comp plan thing? I'm just kind of curious, because to Councilwoman Strader's point, there probably are some areas where we can, have a strategic plan that is that's an ambitious goal to strive towards. In addition to doing a good job running a great city and what we have, but are there some things that could cause us to reach a little bit? Where would we put those ideas?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Taylor, what you're talking about is the more aspirational piece, the visionary piece, so the kind of what we will have, what we will be in 10 years or 5 years. And so those always have a place in a strategic plan. It's a matter of how do we get there and what are the steps we need to put in place. And that's where the writing good goals and saying what the results are going to be and what is the outcome we look to achieve. It's easy to say we would like to be like the tech center for the Valley. Like, well, how do we do that? What do we need to put in place to do those things? But putting an aspirational statement out there about what we want to be and that vision we want to have is great. But it's always the devil's in the details about what we're gonna do, what we're gonna accomplish, how we're gonna pay for it, and if it is one of those, and what staff are gonna work on it. So that is in that strategic plan. So and I think that illustrates the point of why we need to set great goals for with our council body, because those are important. And if we say, hey, we'd like to be this in 5 years, how are we gonna get there? What are we gonna do? What are we going to put in place? So it's great to have those visionary statements, because that really sets the tone for what your strategic plan should be.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
I'll just maybe, as an example, I'll chime in on that. I'd like to support what Councilman Taylor just said. I think that's a great example of something where we could get ambitious together and try to find some alignment. because I think Meridian becoming a hub of technology and innovation is a really great goal. I'm guessing the majority of our council would be very interested in, if not everybody, I'm sure. So like, I think that's a great example of like an ambitious goal that we could talk about sharing. I think, you know, hanging out a shingle to be the safest, if not one of the safest cities in the Western United States, I think is a great goal. I think maybe if people have ideas, we throw them out in this meeting, or we can take them and maybe have a follow-up. But I do think like getting more ambitious together, I think would be really good for our next plan.
Commissioner.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Vince, first, just really want to thank you. You've been a unique breath of fresh air in the halls of City Hall, and I've always enjoyed our conversations and your willingness to challenge. I always appreciate somebody who's willing to push back on maybe what I think is the best plan, and you've been willing to do that diplomatically. Where I'm, council, maybe a little concerned is not quite knowing what the future holds for this plan, what it holds for staffing. I'm reluctant for us to start, what about this? What about that? I don't want us just to go through that exercise without a roadmap for implementation. So I think that all of us maybe have some ideas. I think probably some of us came with ideas, certainly have ideas after talking with Vince, but I'm not quite sure now is the right time for us to start elevating that without a roadmap for what implementation would look like. And I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if you've got info to share on that or kind of what your plan is, that would be helpful for me to know kind of what next steps would look like.
I have no next steps at this point in time. Like I say, this was, all kind of came in on Monday. Was that, did we talk on Monday? No, it was last week in that context. But no, we, and part of it, Dave's out sick today, so I don't even have the supervisor here that can say, oh, here's what I think I can do, because he and I have not had that context. Where we left it was we want to get this in front of council, see what the reaction was, and then really it will help us make a determination about filling the position and what to be focused on in that context.
So, Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
Might make sense then is maybe over the next 30 days, if you can figure out what that roadmap is, communicate that to council. And depending on timing, this is something we could continue the conversation either before we move into budget season, or this is something that we could revisit in the fall after that.
I think that's, traditionally you're 90 days to fill a position. So, and sometimes these cannot be the easiest positions to fill. We've had that experience in the past. Takes a special person that wants to do this type of work to begin with. But yes, I think that works. And I'm sure Dave is either watching or he'll go back and watch this and can help
Okay.
evaluate a path forward. Because we want to get there. We don't want to just pause completely, but I just don't know how much, along with everything else that we're going to be taking on in the next 3 months, that I can dedicate resources here that don't exist. So,
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
Yeah, and just in terms of giving you some feedback of, giving this, putting this in front of us and kind of getting a sense where council would be interested in going. I view this as I'm really fascinated with this idea. Vincent, you and I talked a little bit about how this could translate into some operational excellence and maybe inform policies that we may or may not want to kind of look into. I like the idea of, coming timeline is fine and implementation, however we get there. At some point, I would like to kind of dive into how this could be a bit more of an aspirational document with goals and recognizing, challenging the city council to help kind of identify goals. I see Meridian interestingly kind of at an interesting inflection point with our growth and kind of rapid growth. And I almost view like the next stage of maturing into like I don't know, sort of this just evolving into that next thing, whatever that looks like. And I think we have an opportunity as, with the city leadership and the council and the mayor to kind of chart a path forward where what do we want to do? Because we're not well defined as one thing yet. And it would be kind of a very, I think, fruitful conversation. I would welcome the input from the business community, from other thought leaders as to like, where do you see Meridian and how could that inform where we want to go? So I like the idea. I appreciate the opportunity to kind of take a moment, reflect on this, and kind of see what we've had, how it's been good or bad, some of the feedback on that. And then really spend some time thinking about how can we use this to get ourselves outside of just the budget conversation or just the land use conversation into where do we want to go? Because the bigger picture discussion could inform how we may want to consider budget discussions and land use. So I appreciate the opportunity and sad to see you go. Wish you well with your next step, but thanks for your work on that. But Mayor, I just kind of want to provide my thoughts on how I envision this exercise and what we may or may not want to do with this, when we get to that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
kind of a slightly different take on this. And the comments have been great. Don't get me wrong. In fact, a lot of the comments hit on things that are very important. But there's always a disconnect when we're looking at this and looking at aspirational viewpoints. And that is the connection to our employees when they look at such a document. And we're talking about what we want to do. They're going, well, everything we're hearing and everything we're hearing with budget, how does that translate to us? And I think there's always been a struggle with the strategic plan and how it ties into the everyday employee and how they do their job. I think we have to remember as leaders to not just want to do something that's lofty and aspirational. We have to do something that's also realistic, that they can understand, that they can buy into as well. So I think putting a pin in it for right now is probably a really good idea, because this is a very important project to try to get right, to find that balance that meets all those goals. Again, Vincent, I appreciate all the work you've done. It's fantastic. We'll miss you. Wish you the best.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Overton. I echo that too. Being someone that's been here for the past 7.5 years, it is important for our employees that they see something in our strategic plan. What does it mean for them? And however we articulate that, I think that's absolutely important, because, working here the last 7.5 years, I've thoroughly enjoyed my time here, but just working with all these great individuals, like, I can tell you that they care about the things that you say and the actions you take. And so that's important. And so make sure you do.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Vincent, thank you so much. I can't help but compare what we're looking at now. This is so hard that I can't see you or be by the mic. Can't help but compare the first strategic plan to where we are now, and it's such a big improvement. I know to me, they're a living, breathing document. So we're always working on them, always striving to see how it impacts us and how what we're doing impacts it. So I would love to see these ideas take formation and see where we can take this, but always keeping our employees in mind as we do this. And on a personal note, you are going to be missed, Vince. I got to know Vince before he was even here through the chamber. And so I've had the privilege of working with him for a while, and wish you the very, very best, but you will be missed.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I don't give false praise ever. And I'm a pretty blunt person, but Vincent, you're just one of my favorite people, professionals of the city. Kind of viewed you as a combination of our personal Doge, our personal innovation team. I mean, I feel like you did so many things and have done so many things for us. And just want to compliment you, because change is hard. And I think it's hard to be the change leader in an organization, and helping to push innovation in government is unusual. And it's been amazing to see you. I think you've made amazing strides internally and with your partners, especially the directors, and trying to help them with some of their thorniest challenges. So I just really appreciate you. I'm really sad that you're leaving us, but I'm happy for you, because it must be an amazing opportunity.
Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Didn't mean to talk as much. I just have lots of thoughts, but Councilman Overton's point, I really appreciate that. And I don't probably have the perspective of someone who worked as an employee and tried to interpret all the things that came from them from council. So that's kind of one of my leading question was, who's the strategic plan for? Is it for employees? Is it for us? I'm still struggling with that a little bit because I would make the argument a strategic plan with sort of visionary ideas would be interesting for the employees to say, I get to be part of working towards this goal, but then they got to do the day-to-day stuff to make things churn and work. And so that could be a little bit like, what do I focus on? So I don't have an appreciation for that. I'm kind of searching for what's the right balance of, should this strategic plan really inform a lot of the plans that each of the departments make? How much do we put in? So I'll probably be trying to find that balance as we have this further discussion, because I like the idea of giving ourselves something interesting and to work towards, including the employees, but I also don't, having not been a day-to-day employee, I don't have that appreciation of what it's like. So I kind of rely on those that do to help me find that right balance. But anyway, I just wanted to kind of comment on that.
Yeah, and I think the short answer is yes. It's trying to be something to everybody in a lot of ways. And finding that balance and that stretch. And this will be the third time going through this. And I remember the challenges of the first one, remember the challenges of the second one, see what the challenges of the third one are going to be. And when you're a lean organization and you want to advocate for a change environment, what you have happen is Caleb Hood gets 53 items in the strategic plan assigned to him. Because that's the one resource that you have who's not just doing the day-to-day grind of processing applications and doing that work. And it's, so when you really look at the, what's the breadth of the organization where, how many people do you have that can drive a change, of that future deliverable? You're probably down to about 20 people in the organization that can really move a large item of significance, like if you want to be a tech hub, So, and then if that's in conflict with another, not even a conflict, but if you have another big one. So those, I think that there's always room for big ideas. I don't want to say that there's not, but can't lose sight of also the tangible elements of the plan, work to. And, we were very much about execution in Plan 1. This was the date that we were going to do it. This was what we were going to do. This, it was very much like that. You want to go big and aspirational, there's not maybe as much that you're going to expect in some regards. You can say we're working towards that goal, but trying to define those things are also a little bit more nebulous. How do you know when you've hit the Austin Tech Hub standard? No different than, medical technology hub of Idaho. Yeah. So it's good to put out there. It's good to have that vision in that context. So I think these will be great conversations. And frankly, when we fill the position, I'm going to have them go back and watch this before they do the interview. They'll see here's what they're going into, and do they think they have the skills and to bridge this conversation? That's what I'm going to want to know. So, Bill, I don't know if we're legally allowed to make them review stuff like this before they come in, but we'll make it known to them, and we'll see what their feedback is at that point in time. So, Dave, if you're listening, watching, sounds like we'll continue the conversation, just sans Vincent. But if you have some feedback that you want to get to him in the next week that he can leave for the next person, I'm not going to sign him, tell him, but I'm sure he'll be happy to come back and spend a little time with the next person just to show him where the information is, or have a debrief over coffee or lunch from that standpoint. So it can even be on your next employer's time.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I do want to say something to you all. So it's been a privilege working here, working with all of you, talking with all of you, and sharing stories and sharing our community. And I want to, Luke, when I had my internship back in the day, tagging along with you on all sorts of crazy adventures. And I, just going to church with you and working with you here, and everybody up here, I've had some different experiences with. And Robert, thank you for the opportunity with my internship back in the day, and just being able to share in our community and just be a part of Meridian. And I will continue to be a part of this community. I'll just be as an interested party instead of an employee. So, but it's been great working with all of you, and I look forward to building that community throughout the Treasure Valley. So thank you, and I'll sign off.
Thanks, Vince, and we appreciate you as well. Mr. Mayor, that is the end of our items for our workshop, so I move we adjourn.
Second.
Motion second to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.
Maybe we can put together a citizen committee. I might know a citizen that might be willing to help. Kidding. A little bit. Give him some time. Give him some time.
Council will call this meeting to order. For the record, it's May 6, 2025 at 6:01 PM. We'll begin tonight's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Here.
Councilman Taylor.
Here.
Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. Next up is our community invocation, which tonight will be delivered by Mick Armstrong. If you'd all please join us in the community invocation or take this as a moment of silence and reflection. Mick, thanks for being here.
Father, thank you for making this a great place for us to live. We thank you for council members and mayor that deliberate matters that affect our quality of life and making this a great place to live. I pray for the departments that keep our city a clean place and a safe place to live in, and oftentimes putting their own lives at risk for our own benefit. Father, as we contemplate the good things you placed in this city for us, that we would be generous with our visitors, new residents, and just guests that are here in this community. Just thank you for your goodness and for your son. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Okay, up next is adoption of the agenda. Councilman Cavanagh.
No change to tonight's May regular city council agenda, so I move. We adopt the agenda as presented.
Second?
Have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Right?
Opposed, nay. You guys have it, and the agenda is agreed to. Mr. Clerk, anyone signed up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, nobody signed up.
Okay, then with that, we'll move on to item 1. Council, item 1 is a resolution appointing Matt Stoll to seat 6 at the Meridian Planning and Zoning Commission. You may recall that we recently just had another appointment, and so we had a lot of applicants. And once we finalized that appointment, another member stepped down. So I took all those former applicants that weren't selected into reconsideration, and we did have a few people that also applied for the second time, and Matt was one of those. Matt is not a stranger to this community. He's been a volunteer on our Parks and Rec Commission in the past, and he's also been leading the Community Planning Association located in downtown Meridian, but really serving the Treasure Valley and sometimes beyond in terms of helping the land use and transportation integration on a macro scale. Well, it's my pleasure to bring him forward for consideration. And so it'll take us macro and get to go a little bit micro on a project by project basis, see how the real work gets done in that context. But I'm excited. I know that he's committed to the service to our community and will be a great addition to our planning and zoning. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have or open for motions.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Strader.
Not a question, just a comment. I just think Matt is a phenomenal nomination for this position. And I'm really excited to see kind of how you can intersect all of the learning and everything that's happened at Compass with, real world decision-making on individual land use applications. I think that's really exciting. So I just really am supportive of this and think he'll do a great job. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
again, just a comment. I had the opportunity to work with Matt in his previous job as director of Compass. Phenomenal human being. I mean, he knows more about overall countywide, statewide planning for traffic issues than anyone else in this room. He lived it, he breathed it for an entire career. And the fact that he's willing to retire and then stand in front of us and become part of our planning and zoning just shows how much commitment he has for our community. And I salute him. He's a tremendous human being. I appreciate him very much, and I can't wait to have him be part of our city.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I want to say all sorts of terrible things about Matt, but I can't come up with a single item. This is an exceptional nomination, Mr. Mayor. I echo what my two colleagues have said. Our community, certainly our Planning and Zoning Commission is leveling up with Matt's addition, and really looking forward to following your analysis and feedback as we read the minutes, we get ready for each of our city council meetings. I know you do a great job.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Well, I echo what my colleagues have said. I had the privilege of working with Matt a couple of different times and just really appreciate the fact that he's willing to spend part of his retirement time back with us. So if no one else has anything else to say, I would be honored to make the motion that we approve Resolution 25-2517 that appoints Matt Stoll to seat 6 of the Meridian Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 25-2517. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. You guys have it. The resolution is agreed to, and Matt can start work. But Matt, I invite you up to come say any words that you'd like to make for council and the community that's here today, probably for land use applications.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for the kind words. I greatly appreciate that. I appreciate the nomination and the appointment to Planning and Zoning Commission. I look forward to working for the community again and the residents again in this as a commissioner. I enjoyed my term as a Parks and Rec Commissioner, and I look forward to using my knowledge that I gained over my career to consider applications that have been submitted to the city, but also learning from the staff and also the residents on how the city should grow and the projects that are being proposed. So thank you again. I look forward to it.
Thank you very much, Matt. Appreciate it. With that, we will move on to item 2 tonight, which is a public hearing, H 20-2024-0066. We will open this public hearing with staff comments from Nick.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Next item on the agenda is the annexation comprehensive plan map amendment for Corin, Maine. The applicant is requesting a comprehensive plan map amendment to change the future land use designation on 5 acres of land from low density employment to mixed employment, and annexation of 5 acres of land from RUT in Ada County to the light industrial zoning district. The site is located at 299 South Black Cat Road, and as shown on the screen, the existing zoning is RUT in Ada County, and the flume designation is low density employment, but the applicant is proposing to change it to mixed employment. Although this property has no prior development history, the adjacent property to the south does provide relevant context for its redevelopment. In 2021, the city council approved the annexation of approximately 129.2 acres under the Black Cat Industrial Project, designating the area as mixed employment and low density employment with the future land use and has the zoning of IL. The city council determined that the industrial center aligned with the goals of the 10-mile interchange specific area plan. However, that the approval covered a significantly larger area compared to this 5-acre request. And this would be that subject 129 acres that is annexed with the IL. So currently, the low density employment designation does not permit light industrial uses such as the one proposed. However, a change to the mixed employment designation would allow the development under the IL zone. While the preferred zoning in the mixed employment designation is the ME zoning district, alternative zones may be considered when they align with the plan's vision and integrate with surrounding properties. The applicant asserts that the IL zone is compatible with the adjacent properties to the south. Staff concurs with this, knowing that the proposed use aligns with the prior approvals in the area and would contribute to the expansion of light industrial space along the Black Cat corridor. Additionally, while the proposed use does not provide a large amount of employment, it is providing some employment and a relatively low impact use in the area. However, it is important to note that mixed employment and low density employment designations are limited along the Black Cat and Franklin corridors. Currently, the IL zone comprises of 40.01% of the low density employment flume designation and 55.24% of the mixed employment flume designation. These designations are intended to support a mix of employment uses, services, providing a transition between the residential uses east of Black Cat and industrial areas further west. And that's what's shown on this. This is the current zoning map on the left. And then on the right is the flume designation, and you can see where IL is taking up some of that mixed employment and low density employment. So staff is concerned that the continued expansion of IL zoning with these flume designations may reduce employment diversity, create additional truck traffic, and disrupt intended transition. While this specific 5-acre request may have minimal impact, further expansion of IL into these areas should be carefully evaluated by the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council. The concept plan proposes a 19,000 square foot building with 14,492 square feet designated as warehouse space and 4,508 square feet designated as office. The remaining site would be used as a contractor's yard and outdoor storage. In addition, the applicant has indicated that the number of employees at the site is approximately 18, with 10 trucks entering the site on any given day. And this would be Core & Main's second location in Meridian as their business continues to grow. So access to the site is proposed from a future collector street along the northern portion of the property. The applicant is responsible for extending this collector road as outlined in ACHD's master street map. ACHD found that the proposed development meets all of ACHD's policies. However, to align with the UDC, which seeks to limit access points to collector and arterial roadways, staff recommends restricting the western access off the future collector street to truck traffic only, and the applicant is okay with that. Additionally, a traffic impact study was not required as the size of the development is relatively small and is not anticipated to account for significant traffic counts in the area. On the screen are the existing entitlements and planned road improvements along this section of Black Cat. And this is also in the hearing outline for you guys to look at, but I'll leave it up there for a little bit. There's a lot of information. For the building elevations, the applicant is proposing a large one-story industrial building designed with higher ceilings and upper windows to create the appearance of a two-story structure. The exterior materials include granite stone, optimal metal panels, and stone veneer with moderate to large setbacks from the street. The applicant has been highly receptive to staff feedback and has worked to refine the building elevations, site and landscape plans to better align with the architectural standards and UDC. In response, the applicant has adjusted the building's orientation and incorporated additional materials, fenestration, and modulation. At the commission hearing, Cheryl Whiting Stores, Greg Stores, Keith Whiting, and Colton Stores testified in opposition of the project. Their concerns included buffering the adjacent residential to the north, not having adequate transition as the plan had originally envisioned, and noise pollution. Since the commission hearing, the applicant has provided a sound study from their current location to help address the concerns of the neighbors, and they will discuss this in their presentation. Staff and the commission are recommending approval of this project and have not received any written testimony since the commission hearing. And I'll stand for questions at this time.
Thank you, Nick. Council, questions for staff? Okay, would the applicant like to come forward? Good evening. State your name and address for the record.
Glenn Walker, excuse me, Glenn Walker, ADP Architects, 1831 East Overland Road. That's in Meridian. Nick, do we have the presentation by chance? Oh, how do we go through this here? Just pushing the arrows, is that how it works? Oh, and they, oh, yeah, there we go. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm here on behalf of Core & Main to discuss our proposal for the 5-acre site at 299 South Black Cat Road. We appreciate the opportunity to present this project and the collaboration guidance provided by this city staff throughout this process. Project overview. This application includes a comprehensive plan map amendment from low density employment to mixed employment and annexation from Ada County RUT zoning to the City of Meridian's light industrial district. Core & Main proposes to develop a light industrial facility on this site consistent with the city's 10-mile interchange specific area plan, or the TMISAP. in adjacent uses to the south. The 5-acre site is currently vacant. Proposed uses, light industrial facility supporting employment and economic development. The design incorporates enhancements based on city staff feedback, including architectural refinement, pathways, and screening. Alignment with city goals. This proposal directly supports city broader economic development and land use goals. Supports of the TMISAP, which is light industrial, is an allowed use within the mixed employment designation. Provides a transition. The project offers compatible land use buffering between residential to the east and heavier industrial west of Black Cat. Encourages investment. The development will drive additional growth on nearby vacant parcels and create jobs. Core and Main will generate quality employment at wages that support local households here in the city of Meridian and also in the valley. Design and site enhancements. We work closely with the staff to ensure that the site is well-designed, visually compatible with the area, and consistent with the city's standards. Core and Main is providing an 8-foot closed vision fencing all around the 4 sides of this property. 10-foot multi-use pathway along the future collector and along South Black Cat Road, which aligns with the pathway master plan. Site design minimizes the impacts, estimated average of 10 trucks per day, significantly less intense than other industrial uses, especially in this area. Architectural elevations enhanced per staff directions to meet Meridian's expectations for employment centers. Also, the site will feature thoughtfully designed landscaping that complements and enhance the architectural character of the building. The landscape plan will follow best practices and incorporate a diverse selection of plant materials. In addition, it will include a mix of soft and hardscape elements that harmonize with those found in the surrounding developments. Addressing concerns. We understand staff's caution regarding the expansion of IL zoning. However, this project represents a modest, well-planned addition that aligns with adjacent zoning and land use patterns. The 5-acre scale is small relative to prior approvals. For example, the 129-acre Black Cat development, industrial development just to the south of this property. No traffic impact study was required due to the low intensity use of this project, and the project respects the intent of the mixed use development future land use map, or the FLUM, a designation while advancing community goals for employment and tax-based diversification. So in summary, this proposal supports Meridian's visions for economic vitality, fits within the existing planning frameworks, and reflects a thoughtful collaborative design process. On behalf of Core and Main, we respectively request your approval for this annexation and future land use map amendment, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Walker, thank you for being here and for your presentation. Could you give us a little bit more information about the sound study? I know that there's a neighbor that was fairly close that had mentioned concerns about some noise.
Yeah, absolutely. So Becky, who is also with me, is that up? Did you pull that up, Nick? So Becky gracefully went out to the site and had a reader to go out and measure the sound that was at the existing site. As Nick mentioned, this is the second location for Core and Main. The presently have a location here in Meridian, and I'll let Becky kind of take over and explain this the sound report.
Good evening. Yes, so I was able to download a decibel recorder onto my my iPhone, and so I went out to the existing Core and Main site.
There we go.
sorry, guys. Okay. This is their existing site. So you can see I took 3 different sound recordings. Recording number 1 was just outside their existing building. Recording number 2 was standing directly next to a forklift. And then recording number 3 was across the street, approximately 90 feet away from their property line. So this kind of shows you where I was standing. Not very good at this, I apologize.
This is the one you want, right?
Yes, okay. So this kind of gives you a summary of the recordings. There are reports and sound attenuation calculations. But it goes to show the closest residence is about 500 feet away from our property line. And so I was able to calculate with recording number 3 that the maximum decibel recorded from 90 feet away was 60 decibels. If you calculate that out to 500 feet away is 44.2 decibels, which according to this WebMD chart is approximately the sound of an average house noise. So with these recordings, we feel really confident that there will be a very minimal amount, if any at all, sound pollution that reaches the stores' residents or any of the other ones nearby.
Great, thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I appreciate that. Glenn, can you give me a better sense? Do you have as far as the type of use you talked about, low trucks or traffic, do you already have a tenant for this, or what kind of space is it? Is it going to be sort of delivery? Is it retail?
Oh, no,
front
Core
at
and
all?
Main is will be occupying the building. They're going to be the owners of the building. It's mostly outdoor storage yard on the outside. And then the single-story building is going to house office use and warehouse use. And it's, if I hadn't mentioned, I just want to say that this is a single-story building that we've designed it to look more like a 2-story building to work closely with the comments that we received from city staff. And so we feel that we worked really well and tried to make the design to the City of Meridian's design standards, and we feel that we have done that.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up.
Councilman Taylor.
So you won't have a retail traffic. It will be the people that work there and then some delivery trucks, or I don't know if it's delivery trucks, but people taking materials there to store it on site. That's the kind of traffic flow.
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah. There's no retail whatsoever. It's strictly just shipment that comes on trucks. And like I said, like Nick mentioned, that the truck traffic is really just about 10 trucks a day is all they do in a day. So you will get the bigger semi trucks coming in, unloading the product, and then Core and Main will take it off the trucks, stack it into their yard, or vice versa. They'll take the product and stack it onto the truck, and then the truck moves on and delivers wherever they're. I don't know if you've already been to or seen their existing site, but it's actually surprisingly very, very clean for a type of yard or storage that they do. Core and Main does just a really excellent job of keeping their yard very clean looking.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. I was curious on your sound study. So you have, kind of you measured it, and then you're doing a calculation to adjust the sound over a different distance. Could you just explain how that calculation works? Is that like something that's kind of standardized, widely accepted? How does that work?
Yes, there is, it's called a sound attenuation calculator, or I can't remember, can we go back to it, Nick? Sorry, I have the calculations in the report. I can show you.
Oh, you just have it.
That's okay, so it's like the very end. Slow this time. It'll be like 2 pages after this one. Yes, this page. So this is it. It is called an inverse square law, is what they call it. This was provided by the WKC Group, which is a consulting firm. And so you can see that I can plug in the decibel level. This is from recording number 1, which was just inside their yard. I was about 15 feet away from the general sound. This distance to the source is the distance I used to the closest residence. So you can see in this little photo up at the top, the source was where the sound was recorded and where you're trying to calculate the sound pressure at. And then the computer calculates it for you to what that anticipated decibel level will be.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Stringer.
Thanks, that's helpful. I think having you walk us through that is helpful. Certainly, individual situations will vary, right? I mean, because sound bounces off of things, and so it's hard to, I think it's hard to sort of extrapolate. But I appreciate you kind of walking us through it and that you've used a sort of standardized approach. Curious if at your other location, have you all found things you can do internally within the yard to sort of further manage the sound? If you wanted to kind of walk us through any other potential mitigations that you're considering to be a good neighbor, because I know that this is a big concern from the residents nearby.
I'm going to have the gentleman who actually works for Core and Main step in, and he could probably answer that question better than I can.
Perfect.
Hi, I'm Dan Vanderveen, the branch manager of the local branch here. Yeah, we actually, just the way for efficiency's sake, we have, so we're a distributor we have different types of water pipe. We're a waterworks infrastructure distributor. So a lot of the exterior of our yard is the best place to house the pipe. So really a lot of it does kind of get captured with the pipe. We've got all of our smaller like fittings and valves kind of in the middle, and along the fences is where a lot of the pipe and the larger fire hydrants and stuff will be stored. So a lot of that does capture it. We do have 3 forklifts. They're all, mandated by OSHA to be at certain levels and whatnot. And we do require our receiving hours. So our operating hours are typically 7 to 5. We do receiving hours 8 to 4, just to keep the incoming and outgoing, traffic in between those hours. And I guess we haven't had the case where even any of our employees are OSHA regulated for any earplugs or anything. It's really hasn't been.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Stringer.
Thank you. I think that's helpful context for people in the audience as well, just sort of understand your approach. Maybe just to preview, Mr. Mayor, if you'll allow me to preview a question for city staff that I want to ask as well. I know when we approved the Black Cat Industrial, and something that's always in my mind is we've always been underweighted, in my opinion, from a high level perspective on industrial land throughout the city of Meridian. Do you all have some kind of a general calculation? And we've done this before where it's like, this is how much we have compared to how much we would normally expect citywide. If you have any kind of rule of thumb around that, it might take you a little bit. If you don't have it, it's okay. But I just more like intellectually was curious to revisit that conversation, just because I think that was part of our thinking with the development to the south. Thank you.
Can I speak on the previous question too? I think
On the types of uses?
Yeah. Just so Core and Main we're a distributor, so we supply waterworks infrastructure materials. So we've been in the area and supporting, all the local municipalities for decades. If you recognize the name like Hughes Supply or National Pipe, those were our names previous. And then we were HD Supply before Core and Main, so those names might be more familiar. Our direct competitors are Ferguson Waterworks, Consolidated Supply, HD Fowler. So it's kind of the same. If you know those names, we're doing the same thing, providing infrastructure support via mainline piping. So sewer pipe, water services, water fittings, and fire hydrants. That's what we're supplying. So while there's not retail, there is, contractors. If we can't deliver it to them, contractors may come with it.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, not for this item.
Okay. Is there anybody present who would like to provide testimony on this item, either here in the room or online? If you're online, you can use the raise your hand function. If you're here, if you'd like to come forward. Council, no one is raising their hand online and no one is coming forward. The applicant like to make any final comments, or do you waive at this time?
Mr. Mayor, City Council, I think we're good, so I'm good.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
would it be okay if we check into the city staff on my question?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, so I don't have an exact percentage, but I can get that for you. We did have a study that came out from, actually this year, it was in 2025, our long-range staff did it, and our zoning district areas for industrial, we are about at 9.7% of the city. What's annexed into the city is industrial, and from feedback we get from a lot of industrial users and people looking for Meridian because we are the center of the valley. It definitely is a need, I would say. So it's definitely in demand. And we do have a lot more general industrial to the, just to the, here I can pull up the map, just to the west of this on the future land use, there is a significant portion that will be designated as general industrial as well.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
like if you all look at like Urban Land Institute type feedback or that sort of thing, would be curious to circle back to kind of what maybe a different way of asking the question is, when we did our original future land use map and the whole comprehensive plan, maybe a good way of answering this is, what was our goal in that process in terms of the amount of industrial we were kind of looking for holistically? That might be a different way to answer the question.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Schrader, it's a good question. You know, as far as with this, really the intention, and I would say specifically for the area that's on the screen, obviously industrial users are important to the city, important for the valley. But the difference between, I would say, general industrial, mixed employment, and low density employment is really the employment numbers. That's significant there. Industrial users typically, they can provide a lot of employment, but compared to some other uses that we do see in the mixed employment and low density employment, it's not as significant as providing the employment numbers that we really have envisioned. So when I did say, I guess, just caution for putting IL in these zones, it is really to hit employment numbers that when the comprehensive plan designated this, being able to provide the employment so, you know, future residents and current residents of the city can work and live in the same city. And we do have, you know, adequate employment throughout the whole valley. This isn't just for the city of Meridian. We are the center of the valley, and we're a very desirable location for a lot of businesses because of that. So I don't know if that fully answers your question, but I can follow up with you on exact numbers as far as how much industrial we do have and percentages.
Mr. Mayor, that would be great if you could find that out. I mean, in the time I've been on the city council, I can think of many examples where we have taken industrial land and unfortunately it had gone to a different use. I can think of very few examples where we took a use and wanted to go back to industrial. So this is sort of anecdotally where I was coming from. If you can find that out, that'd be super. You could just hand me a note or we could revisit it. But I think at some point in the future, talking about that again would be good. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
not hearing any additional folks who want to provide testimony, I'd move that we close the public hearing for right, item H-2024-0066.
Second.
Have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there a discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
just some of my thoughts on this. Whenever I look at the comprehensive plan and the future land use map and what we want to do, I recognize that there are situations where we want to make some changes and adjustments because the plan was meant to be a good guide, but it wasn't meant to be a specific detailed document. We adopted this 6 years ago. Certainly things have changed in our city and in the circumstances in which we live. So some flexibility, I think, is good. So whenever I look at an application where we're considering amending the comprehensive plan, the first thing I look for is, are we still compatible with the idea in the area? And if we were proposing a high-density multifamily unit here, that would clearly not be compatible with what we were hoping to have in this area. So to me, that checks the box in terms of compatibility with the surrounding areas. And I appreciate the staff highlighting the differences, sort of the goals we're trying to reach with not having too much of the change here because it could, we could have a lot of land tied up with not a lot of potential jobs if it was heavy in industrial. But this is looking at this specific application. I'm not concerned with it. I think there's good transitions with around. I think it's in the right part of town. I also appreciate Councilwoman Strader's questioning on sort of the percentage we have, because what we don't want is a community that's just heavy residential. We want a good mix of usage. So I think this is a good proposal, and I'll be supporting it tonight.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
and just a comment, I think it would be good to just like circle back holistically to that kind of comparison that we've done in the past of this is kind of the amount we were looking for each type of land use, like holistically as a city, and this is kind of where we're trending. I think it's not something that should affect at least my decision tonight. It's more of just, I think, helpful to kind of have that sense of like, are we on track with just from a high level perspective where we want to head? I feel like I've seen enough anecdotal information and data over the last, 5+ years that I'm pretty confident that if anything, we have a lack of industrial opportunity. And I think this is a decent fit. The other thing, like light industrial, to me, light industrial is a bit different. If this was a very heavy industrial use, I think I would be scrutinizing it a lot more. If I felt like there was a really bad environmental impact with residential neighbors, if there was, if there were a lot of chemicals involved or something like that, then yeah, we would think about the compatibility of those uses more. So I agree with Councilman Taylor. I think this is a good opportunity for us and good way to support a local business. And I appreciate that we have all the different comprehensive map amendment changes coming now at the same time every year. And I feel like that also helps us avoid kind of these one-off situations. This is more coordinated where the public knows if we are, changing from our comprehensive plan, they know that that's happening at a certain time every year. I think that helps them too. So I feel pretty comfortable here on this one.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
unless there's any other comments my colleagues would like to make, I'd make a motion that we approve file number H-2024-0066 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date, May 6, 2025.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve item H 2024-0066. Is there discussion on the motion? Not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and is agreed to. Thank you, Nick. Next item up is a public hearing for Mont Meadow subdivision, H 2024-0067. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Linda Ritter here. So tonight we are looking at an annexation, comprehensive plan map amendment and a preliminary plat. This site consists of 10.28 acres of land. It's currently zoned RUT in Ada County, and it's located at 6106 and 6162 Tariga Lane. So this parcel went through a property boundary adjustment within Ada County to separate this parcel so that it could be developed for the, as part of the preliminary plat that you will be looking at tonight. So the original comprehensive plan designation for this property right now is medium density. And the applicant is requesting to amend the comprehensive plan future land use map to change the future land use designation to medium density. From medium density residential to low density residential. They are annexing the property. Part of it will be 8.48 acres will be R2, and then 2.36, they are looking to zone it R4. This preliminary plat consists of 11 lots, 10 new and 1 existing. Again, this is the proposed amendment to the comp plan map. These are the future land uses. This is the existing and this is the future. Again, this is the exhibit for the R2 zoning. And this is for the R4 zoning. So this is our preliminary plat here. So these 4 lots here will be R2. It has an existing house on one of the lots that is currently the property owner's son lives there. And this portion is on the property that is adjacent to it. So they are doing 6 lots with the future phase. And they are doing a temporary turnaround on the property to the north of them, which will be coming in at some point for a plat within, to be annexed in and platted in the city. So access to this property is from Sublimity Avenue. This is a roadway that was built by Brighton that is in. They will take access from this road into the property. These 4 lots will have a private drive on it. Fire did look at this and say that the private drive was acceptable. It is gated, meets the private drive standards. And then the other lots for the R2 will take access off of this new road, Mont Meadows, with the temporary turnaround. They will have a 20-foot landscape wide buffer along the collector road. The adjacent developer to the east is installing the landscaping along Sublimity Avenue. And so the applicant will be adding the landscaping along the new collector road that they are proposing, local road that they are proposing. And any fencing that they are providing will have to meet the city standards. In their open space, they are providing a couple of amenities. They are providing a pergola for coverage and a fire ring and a picnic table bench. So all of these will be part of the open space that they have there. And on the screen before you are some pictures of the property. It's actually a beautiful location. Again, this is their landscape plan. As you can see, they're providing landscaping along the local roadways here. And we are in the process of modifying the landscape plan. They are still going to meet the requirements, but we'll have some modifications to it. But they will still meet the requirements of it. Again, these are the amenities that they are providing: the fire pit, the pergola, the bench, and a table. These are the elevations that were provided by the applicant. These are conceptual elevations that were submitted for the proposed development. The homes, they will be a mix of different product types: 2-story, single-story, detached family homes. They will be designed with elevations that create interest through the use of broken planes, windows, fin stations that produce a rhythm of material and patterns. Design review is not required for single-family detached structures. But staff recommends a DA provision providing these elevations that are along the facing Sublimity Avenue and will be high visibility, that they have elevations incorporate articulations through change in two or more of the following: modulations, bays, banding, porches, balconies, material types, and other integrated architectural elements to break up monotonous wall planes and roof lines that are visible from adjacent streets. Any single-story homes will be exempt from this requirement. They do have a waterway that goes through the property. It's the Watkins Ditch. It runs along the eastern portion of the property. And the ditch has to be placed within a 38-foot easement. The applicant is proposing to leave the ditch open to keep it as a natural element. So the applicant is requesting a waiver from council to leave that ditch open. It has been placed in the common lot, but they need a waiver from you guys to keep it open. There is a dry ditch located on this property. The applicant will need to provide documentation saying that this ditch has been abandoned and is no longer in use, and we will need that written documentation from them prior to the city engineer signing the final plat. There are several other easements that are on the property in which written documentation to relinquish the easement shall be submitted to the city engineer prior to the signature on the final plat also. And these are those easements. There's like a 30-foot easement that runs the length of the property on the north side. There's a 30-foot wide access easement, which we are asking the applicant to vacate access to that private road once the new road has been built. And again, for that dry ditch. Again, I would enjoy living here. It's a beautiful scenery. So commission did recommend approval of this. There were no written comments and staff has not received any comments since the commission public hearing. The comment that we received at the public hearing was from Carson White. Again, he resides on the property that will be within that private street area. He is definitely in favor of it. So there were no key issues discussed by the commission, no changes to staff recommendation, and there were no outstanding issues for you. So with that, staff is asking the council to approve this application, and I stand for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Linda. Council, any questions?
Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
just a quick one. Linda, are we taking up the request to leave the active ditch open as part of this application tonight? Thank you.
Okay. Would the applicant like to come forward? Good evening.
Good evening. John Brecken, 6661 North Glenwood Street, Garden City. I have a little bit of a presentation. I might kind of flip through that quickly because Linda was so thorough. See, quite a bit of this is going to be redundant, so I'll just kind of skip through it in the interest of time, but it is available to answer questions. School sites. here's an overall plan, and this one actually might be helpful. You know, there's the existing ditches on the site. I could expand on that a little bit, and let's see if I can point here. We've done quite a little bit of work. We're also working on the preliminary plat for the property to the north that Linda mentioned. And so as part of that, our plan to address the surface water and pressurized irrigation is to, I have a little trouble here with the mouse. Apologize. Oh boy, I'm going the wrong direction. I apologize. Here's okay. Here we can see there's the dry ditch on the north that Linda mentioned, and there's a pipe that exits there, a gravity irrigation pipe that was previously used for farming and flood irrigation. Anyway, that's where water rights come from, and our plan is to pick up that pipe. And right now it kind of comes down and it doesn't do, and from talking to all the adjacent neighbors here to the south, it really hasn't provided water for those folks for quite some time. Anyway, we're hoping to remedy that as part of these two projects. We'll pick that up, we'll pipe it over, and we've talked to Boise Project Board of Control Irrigation District. They'd like to see a pond installed along with the pump stations and the pressurized irrigation system. And then we'll have a drainage pipe or overflow pipe from that pond that'll come down and through this landscape buffer area and overflow into the Watkins Drain, which is the larger ditch on the south side that we'd like to leave mostly open. It is a substantially large ditch in that the pipe feeding into it is a 48-inch diameter and would be a substantial cost to pipe that entire east side there. That's why we're requesting that variance. As part of this irrigation design, we've met with the two project owners as well as the adjacent owners here to the south who are still in the county. And we're working on a plan to provide pressurized irrigation for all those folks because they have water rights off of that pipe. Here's a quick snippet here of that Schaefer View Ridge project to the north that we're also working on and planning on submitting preliminary plat very soon. Part of the inner workings of this is to connect the sewer and water utilities from Sublimity to and through the Schaefer View project as well. So this shows water line connections. As well as sewer connections. The plan is to connect to the north there, and then that would drain down and connect to the trunk line and Sublimity Avenue on the east. Yeah, here's the irrigation improvements, so you kind of see supply location. There's a shot of the amenities. Located here in the common area, common lot, largest common lot. Elevations again. Stand for questions.
Thank you, John. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
You might have answered this, but I'm going to ask it maybe a different way. With the dry ditch, if council approves this project tonight and give you the okay to develop and abandon that dry ditch, I'm assuming there's still active water rights from an irrigation company that need to be legally abandoned through that process.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Overton, yes. the dry ditch would get piped, and then we'd utilize those water rights to provide pressurized irrigation for everyone.
Oh,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
On the open ditch that you have there, it sounded like you wanted to keep that open. Obviously, there's a fiscal impact, but also you kind of sound like you wanted to make it a natural amenity in a way. Is there going to be a pathway alongside it, or is it just going to be an easement and kind of left open? I mean, what's your vision for how that may be used? And then along that same line, will there be a fence line between those properties and that open waterway?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, yes. So I'll explain all that we want to enhance it. Right now, it's just, you're a run-of-the-mill drainage farm ditch, and so it's kind of is what it is, but where we abut, it's on this east side here, and you can see the property line, right-of-way line there along Sublimity. And so what's going on there is there's that strip on the Sublimity side that that development is putting in a landscape strip and a fence on the property line. And then we have the ditch and the easement associated with it, and that's reflected by the property lines at the back of those two lots. And those two lots will have a fence along the back as is required. But it would just, we'd like that to be kind of an open vision fence so that those lots can see it. And then just enhance that ditch so it still functions but look nice. And then tie that into the landscaping along the road frontage here, where we have our amenities located right here at the corner.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up.
Councilman Taylor.
Would along the waterway, would that be maintained along with the other green space? Because what I would hate for it to see is it just to be an overgrown mess anyway, but is that the plan? And is that required? Maybe city staff could answer that. Is that required for them to maintain that?
Councilmember Taylor, that is in a common area. It's in a common lot, so it has to be maintained by the HOA.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Clerk, we have anyone set up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, nobody indicated they wanted to speak.
Is there anybody present that would like to provide? Okay, if you'd like to come forward one at a time and just state your name and address for the record, and you'll be recognized for 3 minutes. And if you're online, please use the raise your hand. Go ahead.
Brian White, 6180 South Targa Lane, Meridian, Idaho 83642. So this is our property that we're developing, and just to explain that, Brighton just put a 6-foot privacy fence right along that east property line. They built it up in a pretty good berm and then put a fence along there. And we really want to keep it open because we have pairs of mallard ducks and blue herons and geese that like to come there and hang out. So if it's all piped in, there will be less place for them to do that. We wanted to have the two eastern lots go all the way to the fence line that's there now, but because of the guidelines, they can't be part of that. But we wanted to keep that relatively open, so they'll essentially be kind of part of their backyard. We lived here for 34 years. No Boise projects or no one has ever even set foot on that or done any maintenance on that ditch other than us. So we feel like we can maintain it and have it still part of the property. These are our children. They're going to build houses there. So we think it's going to be a pretty nice place. I stand for any questions.
Council, any questions? Thank you, Mr. White.
Hello, Karsten White, 6162 South Targa Lane. So that existing home's the one that I live in, there at the corner. And the other thing is, so as far as the irrigation ditch, I think all the neighbors are excited about finally having access to that, which will be really nice, that those south properties will be able to actually utilize their water. We've always had a hard time trying to get that water uphill. I don't know if you know how water works, but that doesn't go very well. So that'll be really nice for them. And really just keeping those green spaces open and available for, you know, us to have some nature out there is what we're looking for. And other than that, I just appreciate you guys' time.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you. After you, there's two more over there, so.
Yeah, they're just here for the cuteness factor. Dane White, 1032-4 West Mossywood Street, Boise, Idaho. I'm another brother. I just want to say just hope for your guys' approval of this plan. This has been a long process trying to get the comprehensive plan changed and meet all the city requirements. And this has been like a dream of my parents. They've worked really hard to always improve their property, own it, be good citizens, and it'll be a dream of ours to be able to raise our kids on the same place where we grew up. And my kids already love and enjoy spending Sundays over there. And we just thank you for your time and consideration. And yeah, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I was going to ask your father earlier, but Dane, how many generations of Whites are in the building right now?
Three.
Thank
Three
you.
generations, yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to provide testimony? I do see a white online, so we won't force it, but then would the applicant like to close? Applicant waives closing.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
see no further comments. I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
just happened to have known this family for a long time. And I got to tell you how much I appreciate. We don't see applicants come in very often where it makes sense in today's world to build big lots and big houses in R2 and R4. And it makes me feel good to know that you're going to do something and preserve some of this area. And we're going to see that low density taking advantage of an area where you've lived for literally decades. And I knew it was coming a few months ago and looking forward to this. And I think it's going to be a great addition. And I appreciate you using that 48-inch ditch as an amenity. I got to tell you, I live right on 5 Mile Creek, and we have baby ducks and baby geese out there right now as we're watching them grow up. And that's kind of a special thing for my grandkids. So I appreciate everything you said. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I have a couple of my thoughts. This is a pretty cut and dry application. City, we talk a lot about diversity of housing, and that often refers to duplexes and multifamily, but this is also diversity. And so, John, I appreciate you've been bringing kind of piece by piece out here, really doing some amazing work, really building out a really special part of Meridian and keeping it special. So I'm in full support. I think this makes sense for the area. It's going to be a really nice addition to South Meridian. Unless anybody's got anything else to say, I'm happy to make a motion. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move we approve item 3, Mont Meadow subdivision H-2024-0067 as presented in the staff report of Tuesday, May 6th, to be inclusive of granting the applicant the waiver to leave the ditch open.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item H 2024-067. Is there further discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton. Strater.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Good luck. Council, with that, we'll move on to item 4, which is public hearing for H 2024-0059. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Alrighty, members of the council, the next applications before you tonight are a request for annexation and zoning and a preliminary plat. This site consists of 15.97 acres of land. It's zoned RUT in Ada County and is located at 675, 715, and 955 South Wells Street. In 2019, an annexation request was approved for the development of a senior living facility on this site. However, the development agreement was never signed and consequently the property wasn't annexed. In 2021, another annexation request with a preliminary plat and a conditional use permit for an assisted living facility was denied by council due to their determination that it wasn't in the best interest of the city at that time. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation on this property is medium density residential for 13 acres and mixed use neighborhood for approximately 4.4 acres of the site. The applicant is requesting annexation of 17.27 acres of land with R8 zoning, which is 13.78 acres, R15 zoning, which is 2.42 acres, and CN zoning, which is 1.07 acres, for the development of 79 single-family residential detached homes, 59 of which are in the medium density designation and 20 are in the mixed-use neighborhood designation, at gross densities consistent with the underlying future land use map designations, which is 4.5 units per acre in the medium density designation and 6.06 in the mixed-use neighborhood designation, which is at the lower end of the desired densities in both of those designations. A commercial building pad is proposed at the south end of the mixed-use neighborhood designated area for a mix of uses as desired. A preliminary plat is proposed to re-subdivide lots 7, 21, and 22 of Magic View subdivision amended into 79 residential lots, 1 commercial lot, and 11 common and other lots on 15.97 acres of land. A phasing plan was submitted as shown, depicting 2 phases of development, with phase 1 being on the north end of the development, north of the 5 Mile Creek. The proposed plat layout provides a good transition in lot sizes and widths to the Woodbridge residential development to the west, with most lot lines aligning or only being slightly offset. The 5 Mile Creek bisects this site within a 100-foot wide easement. Access is proposed via existing and proposed local public streets with an emergency access only via East Magic View Drive at the northern boundary. 2 stub streets are proposed to the west to be extended with future development. 3 common driveways are proposed off internal local streets. ITD has requested a traffic impact analysis due to the development size and anticipated impacts to State Highway 55. The applicant is working on this request. Residents in the abutting Woodbridge development to the west have expressed concern pertaining to the high volume of traffic currently passing through their neighborhood and East Magic View Drive for access to South Eagle Road, and the impact the proposed development will have, which will exacerbate an already challenging situation in this area. In an attempt to alleviate this, the applicant is not proposing public access from Magic View Drive. The bridge on South Wells Street that runs along the eastern boundary of the site that provides vehicular access across the 5 Mile Creek is scheduled in ACHD's 5-year work plan to be replaced in 2029. The bridge is currently designed to match existing facilities, which do not include bicycle lanes or pedestrian facilities. However, the width of the bridge will accommodate these improvements in the future when adjacent properties redevelop and provide these facilities. ACHD will require road trust from the developer for the cost of these improvements and include them in their project if this development goes forward. Staff had recommended a 5-foot wide temporary asphalt pathway be provided alongside Wells Street, where the bridge is located over the creek if there is adequate area. However, ACHD did confirm that there is not adequate room for a pathway. The applicant is proposing landscape street buffers along East Magic View Drive and South Wells Street. A 10-foot wide landscape street buffer is required along local streets on the CN zone property. A segment of the city's multi-use pathway system is proposed from South Wells Street to the west along the north side of the 5 Mile Creek, stubbing to the west property line for future extension, and to the northwest for connection to the existing pathway in Woodbridge subdivision, in accord with the pathway's master plan. There are existing trees on the site that may require mitigation in accord with UDC standards. Fencing is typically not allowed to prevent access to natural waterways. In limited circumstances and in the interest of public safety, larger open water systems may require fencing. A cross-section of the 5 Mile Creek was submitted as shown that depicts approximately a 3-to-1 slope on the north side of the creek and a 4-foot tall retaining wall on the south side of the creek with an approximate 4-to-1 slope. Because the slope on the north meets the slope requirements in the UDC for accessibility and maintenance of stormwater facilities of 3-to-1 or less, staff recommends no fencing is installed on that side, but does recommend 6-foot tall wrought iron fencing is provided on the south side for public safety. Council should determine if this is appropriate. A portion of the site is located within the floodway along the creek. A floodplain development permit is required before any grading in the floodplain begins, and a floodplain permit is required for each building in the floodplain along with elevation certificates certifying lowest floor. A minimum of 15% or 2.28 acres of qualified open space is required to be provided with development. A total of 2.47 acres or 16% is proposed, as shown on the open space exhibit. A minimum of 3 points of site amenities are required. A total of 12 points are proposed from the quality of life and recreation activity categories, consisting of a picnic area, a tot lot, and sports courts. Several conceptual building elevations were submitted for the proposed single-story and 2-story single-family residential detached homes for each of the lot sizes proposed. A variety of building materials are proposed in a variety of colors and design elements and features, with varying roof profiles and wall modulation that demonstrates the quality of development proposed. Conceptual elevations were not submitted for the commercial structure. Compliance with the non-residential design standards in the Architectural Standards Manual is required. The commission recommended approval of the project with the requirement of a development agreement per the provisions in the staff report. And I'll go over a summary of the commission public hearing. Ben Semple, Rodney Evans and Partners LLC, the applicant's representative, testified in favor. Robin McCulley commented on the application. Written testimony was received from the applicant, Ben Semple, Robin McCulley, Cassie Peck, Celeste Fox, Kathleen Lewis, Tanya Bader, Aaron Russell, and Raymond Spencer. Key issues of public testimony were as follows. The existing fence along Woodbridge's east boundary, which is the site's west boundary, is crooked and doesn't lay on the property line in many places due to the location of existing trees and poor construction. Request for details on what the plan is for the fencing along the west boundary of the site, and desire for vinyl fencing not to be an approved material in this area. The high volume of traffic going through Woodbridge subdivision between Locust Grove and Eagle Roads, which will worsen with more homes being developed in this area. Long wait times at the intersection of Eagle and Allen at the traffic signal, and safety concerns. Request for this area to be rezoned for non-residential uses. Privacy issues with 2-story homes being built next to single-story homes. And question if 2-story homes will have windows facing adjacent rear yards. Request for the developer to provide details in writing of their planned building setbacks on lots next to Woodbridge to be included in the development agreement. Request for the developer to address what future builders can do to prevent drainage issues on abutting lots in Woodbridge due to the higher elevation of the subject property. Ms. McCauley expressed concern about a tree located along her rear property line and how it would be impacted by a new fence. Key issues of discussion by the commission were as follows. General consensus, the proposed development will fit in well with the existing residential development to the west, Woodbridge. Recognition of the traffic issues in this area, and agreement with staff's recommendation pertaining to fencing along the 5 Mile Creek. The commission made the following changes to the staff recommendation. At staff's request, the commission included new conditions requiring mitigation information to be included on the landscape plan for existing trees on the site that are being removed with development in accord with the standards listed in the UDC for mitigation as applicable. And removal of the sidewalk along the west side of Longitude Drive with provision of right-of-way to the west property line. Outstanding issue for council tonight is that council should determine if the fencing recommended by staff along the 5 Mile Creek is appropriate as set forth in the UDC. Written testimony received since the commission hearing. The applicant submitted a letter in agreement with the commission recommendation, which included approval to remove the sidewalk along the west side of Longitude Drive so that a detached sidewalk may be constructed with a landscape parkway when the abutting property develops in accord with the comprehensive plan, which desires tree-lined streets in mixed-use neighborhood designated areas. As is, there is not adequate area to do so. So that is the reason that the applicant is asking for that, and staff is in support of that. Several letters of testimony have been received since the commission hearing as follows. Celeste Fox, she is requesting the developer provide details of their planned building setbacks next to neighbors on Woodhaven Street. That will be part of the development agreement. She requests clarification about what the builders can do to prevent drainage issues on lots that abut homes in Woodbridge that are at a lower elevation, and concern pertaining to the perimeter fencing along the east boundary of Woodbridge. Robin McCulley, concern pertaining to the existing fence along the east boundary of Woodbridge. The developer hasn't yet discussed the matter with the neighbors. Cassandra Peck, concern pertaining to the increase in traffic in an already congested area and lack of fencing solution along the shared property line with Woodbridge, and concern pertaining to the lack of privacy with 2-story homes abutting her single-story home. And Raymond Spencer, concern pertaining to the proposed scale and building setback of homes along the west boundary of the site, abutting homes in Woodbridge, and the lack of privacy. He requests a 20-foot setback for single-story homes and 30 feet for 2-story homes. Concern pertaining to the quality of homes built in this development if the current builder drops out. He requests for the opportunity for the city and the public to review any future changes to the elevations in the event the home builder and or ownership changes to avoid a potential bait and switch. The applicant is here tonight to present. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff?
Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
would you please kind of speak to the fence issue again with the recommendation not to have the fencing potentially on, let's see here, it says because the slope on the north side meets the slope requirements in the UDC for accessibility and maintenance. Staff recommends no fencing is installed on that side, but 6-foot tall wrought iron fence. Could you just maybe, I think I remember the slide that you had, or could you just speak to that recommendation again? I just want to get my mind wrapped around that a little bit more.
Yeah, give me just a moment and I'll pull up that slide again. So the UDC basically states that they feel an acceptable slope for safety is 3 to 1. Let's, 1 foot up, 3 feet over, like that. So the slope on the south side is 4 to 1. That's not deemed to be acceptable in the UDC for safety. Someone should fall out, not as easy for them to get out on that slope. So that is why staff is recommending a fence on the south side. If you feel that it should also be required on the north side, that's your call tonight.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanaugh.
Sonia, can you walk through the staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation to remove the sidewalk on South Longitude? I guess I'm not tracking what that recommendation is coming from and why that's being requested.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, it's in the city's comprehensive plan likes to have tree-lined streets in mixed-use designated areas. The current area right there, the width of that area does not accommodate a detached sidewalk. So they would have to attach the sidewalk in that location, which would not allow for tree-lined streets. So it will be constructed in the future when the abutting property to the west develops. It just won't be constructed at this time. So the condition requires them to provide right-of-way to that west property line.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
just a couple quick corrections. Sonia, it says right up front, and you mentioned in your staff report that there was a request for a traffic study by ITD, but we don't have that. Has it been produced, or is it normal for us as a council to make decisions on a project when we don't have that traffic study?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Overton, Council, it is, I mean, we can go ahead with that. They've asked for a traffic analysis. I know the applicant has been working on that and should be able to provide an update to you on that. To my knowledge, it hasn't been completed yet, but the applicant may have knowledge of that I don't have.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
They haven't asked the
Robertson.
city to delay in their decision on the matter.
Sonia, in ACHD's report, they mentioned that the widths that were proposed by the applicant on both Wells and on Magic View at 28 feet were not acceptable and did not work for their policy, and they requested them to be at least 36 feet. But I don't see anything updated from ACHD saying that's been agreed to.
They really don't have a choice. They have to comply with that. So, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, one last one.
Councilman Overton.
Sonia, do you know if this application also preserves the right-of-way for any future development to the south of Woodbridge? The roadway right-of-way is what I'm referring to on the edge of this development.
I'm not following. On Woodbridge subdivision or?
If the potential for redevelopment happened south of Woodbridge subdivision from Locust Grove through into this development, is the roadway being preserved in this application so that that could happen?
Not that I'm aware of. I believe that our long-range planning is working on some kind of solution to the traffic issues in this area, but there's not a specific plan at this point.
Thank you.
That answers your question, Mr. Overton. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
this has been a tough area to figure out, to say the least. So, normally, as a city, our philosophy has been that interconnectivity eventually helps improve situations. In this case, staff appears to be kind of on board with this recommendation of not having the Magic View access to public traffic. And I just kind of wanted to hear your opinion about what the right approach is to this area from a transportation perspective holistically. I think kind of to Councilman Overton's point, is there any kind of long-term vision for how options that could be used in the future to try to improve the situation?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, Council, I did speak with Long Range about that. They are looking at this area. They do not have a plan at this point, but they are looking at it and trying to figure out some long-term plan.
And maybe just to expand on that, I mean, it's not just, we are actively going out to get someone to do this work this year on this area. And I will say the transportation network is the driving conversation for this more so than the land use, but the land use will also be evaluated. So in essence, this decision could impact that because it will limit the options, potentially. I'm not going to say that this wouldn't be able to allow to happen, but it does make a question if this is approved, whether or not we would be able to do everything that we look to ask the questions in this area.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
No, I think that's really proactive and interesting. Is there any sense of timing on what kind of time frame would be needed to achieve some kind of a plan with different options? I'm just kind of curious about that because I feel like, again, this area has been really tough to figure out. So if it was like, okay, this is actively being worked on, we're kind of expecting something, in the next few months, that would be really good to know. But if it's a longer term, like much later this year or 12 months from now, I think those are all, I don't know, just sort of general question about timing.
I would like to say by the end of the calendar year is what our discussion was. We had already planned to start this, but we hired a long range person. They were here very briefly. They left. We had to refill the position. So that's what has delayed this project from moving forward till we got the new person on. And they understand that this is their number one thing that they're looking at. I just don't know how long it's going to take, and I don't want to say 3 months and then have it be longer. Council, any additional questions for staff? Okay, then I'll invite the applicant to come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Ben Semple with Rodney Evans and Partners, 1450 West Bannock Street, Boise, 83702. I sent, she's pulling it up. Yeah. And I think Sonia did a great job of an overview. I'm going to touch on some of the comments and the questions and kind of the process that we've gone through on this project from the start. Oh, yeah, you do. If you start it for me, thanks. No, you're good. So yeah, again, Rodney Evans and Partners, I'm representing Pacific Lifestyle Homes is going to be the builder, and then Prestwick Capital is the developer of this site. So there is a builder that's been selected. All the home elevations that you've seen are representative of products that they build. They're more of a custom home builder. They don't do spec homes on these lots. They have a lot buyer that then comes in. They have a design studio here locally that the home owner goes through, picks all their finishes, everything on it. So it is very much a custom home design process. Project site south of Magic View Circle, west of South Wells Street. Wells Circle is a cul-de-sac that runs along the southern boundary of this project. That is a public roadway that ends in a cul-de-sac that could be extended to the west through the other Ada County parcels that are south, and Councilmember Overton to address kind of that question that you had for staff. Additionally, there's an existing cul-de-sac right-of-way that is basically just north of 5 Mile Creek, and that public right-of-way will be extended to the west to the parcel that's just north of 5 Mile Creek, and we're doing everything we can to stub to these. So going back to the start, this was the initial concept that we had for Wells Street subdivision. Public roads that connected to Magic View Circle. They're in alignment with another road there to the north. After conversations with the neighbors, there were some concerns that that connection would drive traffic more so through the development through Woodbridge on their surface streets. And so the developer went back and we put together another option for our pre-application conference, which is here showing an emergency connection only. It's bollarded, so we will have access connected there. This was still looking at public streets internally. We also, the neighborhood meeting, looking to further reduce impact. We looked at making all the streets north of 5 Mile Creek as private and having this as a gated community. There there were some concerns about that from ACHD, as well as the existing right-of-way that is just south of, or just north of 5 Mile Creek. We would have to get ACHD to sign plats and do all kind, or vacate the right-of-way, and just wasn't feasible to continue down that road. So the initial preliminary plat submittal did include the private street, and then after meetings with city staff, we adjusted that to this final iteration. You can see we're utilizing the existing right-of-way that stubs to a parcel that is north of 5 Mile Creek that could be redeveloped residentially. And then all of the streets are public within this. There's no private gated condition here. And then south of 5 Mile Creek, we're also stubbing to that parcel that is there, both with our Equator Drive that's proposed and then Wells Circle that is existing there, stubs. I wanted to touch on the sidewalk, the request for the removal of the sidewalk. Along Longitude Drive, and this is a pretty decent, so this road right here, north-south, initially we had attached sidewalk here, but with the detached sidewalk, we would have had to compress that whole development area between the western property boundary and Wells Street. And rather than doing that, we thought it would be nice not only to have, when this property to the west redevelops, they could build the sidewalk. We could build the planter strip, which right now includes 6 to 8 pretty mature trees that are right on the fence line, that if we don't have to build the sidewalk, those could potentially be saved, more so than if we had to build a sidewalk there. That was kind of the driving force behind that request. So it wasn't just because they didn't want to build the sidewalk. There's, you know, they feel like it meets the goals there. Phasing plan, again, north of the creek was phase 1, south of the creek would be phase 2. That also includes the commercial lot. Currently, it's just a padded build-to-suit lot is what's proposed. Any future redevelopment of that lot would have to go back through a process, come through with a zoning certificate, design review type of application. The phase 1 preliminary plat, this has a lot of our open space. One of the reasons that I think we like the idea of not fencing the north side of 5 Mile Creek is that the majority of our open space falls along the edge of 5 Mile Creek there. It has very low slopes. We'll have our playground, tot lot, picnic area, and the 10-foot wide pathway that runs along the north side of the creek would all be right in that area. So it really creates this seamless, really nice kind of microclimate down in there with the creek. We'd be able to address some of the, if there's any noxious weeds or any other plant material that needs to come out, we could remove that and then enhance that corridor as well. We're working on getting an arborist report for the site. Phase 2, we have additional open space as well as 2 pickleball courts that'll get built down there. And again, the condition requesting a pedestrian connection to the front door of the commercial building in the future. We'll stub that pathway to that site so that in the future, the development agreement would cover the need to extend that to that building when it is designed. Here's again our open space exhibit. We're at 16% open space, picnic area, sport courts, a little playground area for children to play in. With the floodplain area, it's hard to identify a space for an open space area that would, be more developed, I guess, or like a pool or a clubhouse. We've tried to really highlight that 5 Mile Creek corridor through there and really have that be as a very high level amenity. The landscape plan. This has not been updated per the staff report for the detached sidewalks within the mixed use area south of 5 Mile Creek, but that is currently in process, as well as the other comments regarding the landscape plan. Here's the fencing plan. Again, the fence that's shown on the south side of our open space here would not be built, but we would have fencing along the back of these lots as they'll back up and then have to grade that out effectively, retaining wall with a fence on top of that. And you can see the styles of fencing at the bottom of this exhibit. The builder has been in conversations with some of the neighbors to the west in Woodbridge. He's going to continue those conversations with them to figure out this fence line issue. It is kind of jogs all over the place. When Woodbridge built that fence, I don't know if they just left trees and worked the fence around them. The site has been fully surveyed. The surveyor is going back out to pick up additional information to really highlight this area, figure out what can be done and where the fence needs to go. But that is something that the developer has told me, and I agree with him and believe him that he's going to be working with whoever he can to figure out this fence line issue, which seems to be one of the hot button issues for the neighbors. And just these elevations that Sonia had provided, any of these could fit on any of the lots, or the smaller option could fit on any of the lots. The larger 50-foot wide product is specifically chosen for that western property boundary along Woodbridge, as it complies more with those lot sizes and home sizes on that side. The Woodbridge side has a mix of 1 and 2 bed or 1 and 2 story homes. That's what this builder would like to do on his property as well. These are some real world photos of product that Pacific Lifestyle has built here in the valley. I believe Ryan, one of the heads of Pacific Lifestyle Homes, has taken at least one of the neighbors to some of these communities just to show them the quality of the product. These are the concerns, the traffic. ITD, we did get our scoping memo into them. They responded and said that it was an appropriate traffic impact analysis. So it wasn't a full study of the traffic generated. It was what are the impacts this development will have on the ITD system there on Eagle Road. There's not a whole lot that can happen. ITD has purchased all of the right-of-way that's available along there. They've done everything they can to this point. It doesn't mean that they won't come back and ask for some sort of mitigation from this development, but we do have that. The engineer was just wrapping up their QC on it. They're getting that back to ITD, I believe, this upcoming week, if not later this week. So we anticipate getting a response from them at some point. ACHD didn't require a traffic impact study, and the city didn't either, but we are going to comply with ITD. Again, talked about fencing. Setbacks is another issue that had been brought up a lot by neighbors. The R8 district that we're proposing would allow a 12-foot rear yard setback along the western property boundary. The homes that my client builds, he feels comfortable that the majority of them would remain about 20 feet from the rear property line. He is not comfortable restricting in the development agreement a setback to 20 feet, let alone 30 feet. That would basically take up a third of the lot depth on that side. These lots were specifically designed to accommodate a very nice home that they build and provide a very nice backyard. Their buyers don't want a tiny backyard either. They're going to want trees in their backyard to protect their privacy as well, from 2-story homes that are on the west. So it's really just a matter of, these homes will fit very easily on these lots. They're not squeezing it to the setbacks, but they really don't feel comfortable having a restriction placed in a DA that would push them further than the Woodbridge side has to be. The Woodbridge rear setback is 15 feet. So we feel like 12 feet is pretty appropriate with the higher density. Knowing that these homes, they might have a covered patio that goes to that 12-foot, but the majority of them, they felt comfortable with where, and this was a conversation had at the neighborhood meeting as well as afterwards. Home heights, again, 1 and 2 story. They'll meet the standard for the zone, 35-foot maximum, which is the same height maximum in R4 or Woodbridge to the west. Drainage, as probably the council is well aware, all drainage has to be collected and kept on site. The engineer is working on those grading plans right now to ensure that west side, they understand that is a problematic area. There is some common area on the south side of those blocks, or that block of lots, to accommodate that drainage there without having to move it too far. And then the lot alignment ratio, we're at a 1-to-1 number of lots, 15 to 15. It's really hard when my client wants to build a 50 or a 60-foot wide product to really match those up because Woodbridge's lot sizes are not consistent. And with that, I would stand for any questions. We, again, are in agreement. We'll have a development agreement pulled together here pretty soon. And then all the other conditions we agree to.
Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
I do have a question a little bit on access. So just looking at my maps here, do you anticipate the majority of people who would purchase a home here would access through Allen Street off of Eagle Road, or are they going to be coming primarily through from Locust Grove through Woodbridge Drive and accessing it that way? Because I see very limited access to this.
Mr. Mayor and Council Member Taylor, yeah, it's a challenge here. We have public roads that connect from Eagle Road to Locust Grove. They're all open public roads owned and maintained by ACHD. We have limited options for creating additional connections. We're trying to create connectivity as much as possible. And what isn't really reflected, or I didn't touch closely on, was that we started with closer to 90 lots and we're at 79 now. So we're really trying to respond to the neighbors' concerns and traffic concerns. To answer the first part of your question though, I guess it kind of depends on where they're going or coming from, but Eagle Road's closer than driving through the neighborhood to the west. So I mean, it's just a choice of which way they want to drive. Yes, if they have to go to Eagle Road, they'll go there. If it's busy, they might take the road through Woodbridge. Again, public streets.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up.
Councilman Taylor.
So if I am coming home from work from Boise, let's say if I'm coming down the freeway, I get off on Eagle Road, can I turn left there on Magic View Drive to Allen Street on Eagle, or is that, do I have to go up to the, I'm just trying to think, where do I turn? Can I actually turn off of Eagle Road left?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Taylor, you can turn left at the traffic light that goes into St. Luke's.
Oh, yeah.
Allen. That's a signalized intersection there. And then the light, you don't have to go to the light if you're leaving and exiting onto, there's another way to turn right onto Eagle Road.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
And you touched a little bit about some of the neighbors' concerns about setbacks, and you indicated that you weren't necessarily willing to put a condition on yourself for 20 feet when the Magic View's at 15. 12's a little rough. Would you and your client be willing to accept a condition at 15 feet so that you're mirroring exactly what's going on in Magic View?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, can I follow up with you during my rebuttal?
Yeah, I think that'd be fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, that'll be it for now. So, Mr. Clerk, we have anyone set up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we had lots of names. One person marked they want to speak, and that's Robin McCauley.
Good evening, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Robin McKelly. My address 728 South Woodhaven Avenue, Meridian, Idaho. Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council. Quickly, I've lived at this residence for 10 years, the past 10 years. As many of you know, we've been fighting for this for a while now. I think the biggest question you have to ask yourself is the right fit for that area? We have a lot of traffic happening. Probably many of you cut through our neighborhood like so many in Meridian do from Locust Grove to Eagle Road. The traffic issue is a huge issue. I know you guys are talking about possibly mitigating traffic. We were told by this particular, not builder, but owner, that ACHD had no intention of putting that through road there. They said it's too close to the highway. That's what we were recently just told. So I know that you guys say that you are working or going to talk about working on that. So we've gotten a little mixed things that we were told about that. So that's important to know. We also should consider that we have that rehabilitation center on the corner, Meridian Meadows. The parking for that is poor at this moment. Those people are all parking in the lots adjacent their property at this time because there's not enough parking there as it is. Also, the property to the east of this property that we're speaking of is deemed for a higher residency. So I believe it's deemed for apartment complexes, so an apartment complex. So eventually that'll be even more traffic in that area. Things to consider for us that I think while you're thinking of this, we're concerned about the fence that my property is facing the new property. As we said, there are pins already there from a previous survey, and those do not make the fence. There's a solid 8, 10, 12 inches where the existing fence and the line is. And there are several trees, mine being one that there's a tree in between, and we believe that it could potentially be on our property, or at least halfway between ours and theirs. We did reach out before we met here tonight with them and tried to mitigate and talk with them about the fence so that we could bring it forward and say, this is how we've all agreed upon that. That was unsuccessful. Another question is the connecting of the pathways from their property to ours and along that creek line. The biggest thing is a guarantee from the builder. If we're saying 79 houses back there, if during this volatile time in our economy, if this builder decides to not build, do we have 79 houses? Will it be changing? A lot of unknowns with the commercial building on the end. What is potentially going to go in there? How much more traffic will exceed it? I just would really love for you guys to think about, is this a good fit for our city, for all of us, for the travelers, whether it's through our neighborhood or not? There's a lot going on there. I know Councilman Taylor had asked about turning left onto Magic View. Unfortunately, it's not a direct turn. You have to go down to the light and turn around the Chevron and come around. That's only a two-way stop, and we already have potential dangers there. People are running that thinking it's a four-way stop. It's not. I know ACHD is talking to the residents now about putting speed bumps through our neighborhood because we're getting upwards of 2,500 cars through that neighborhood at a time. And so that we are talking about speed bumps at this time for that. And then adding these additional homes and business will definitely cause an impact in that area. So we just ask that you really consider, is this a good fit for our city and for that area? I'm sure many of you are familiar with that area.
Thank you. Council questions? Right.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader, Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you, Robin. It's been a really tough area to develop. There are pluses and minuses to everything. Something eventually is going to go here. Pros and cons, I mean, to play devil's advocate, at least with this proposal, the lot lines match up really close to what Woodbridge has. I guess as you're sort of thinking about this, maybe just to level set. So the city council makes land use decisions. We don't make decisions on individual developers. So we can make a determination about zoning, annexation, but I've never seen us say it must be this developer, and if this developer didn't do this project, no other developer would be allowed to do that. I just wanted to share that feedback, that's not something that we typically do. We try to avoid kind of picking winners and losers among developers, like only certain developers could do certain, projects that that really wouldn't be fair for us to do that. So I just kind of wanted to have that dialogue with you because I've heard a couple of comments from different people, including yourself tonight, about like, this is a volatile environment. What if they don't build it and we end up with like less quality homes around us? I don't know if I hope I'm not misinterpreting what you were saying. I just kind of wanted to clarify on my end and then maybe hear some more from you about your concern.
I think the biggest concern, because we've been through several different attempts at this property, is that nothing could change in the 79 houses. If it's approved tonight as 79 houses in one commercial lot, it can't then change to 95 houses, smaller areas, smaller, lots, that type of thing. I think we've worked really well with this builder and these people to try to, because we as well, the community of Woodbridge, we know something's coming, everything's coming, we get it. We've been fighting for this for 10 years. It is a very beautiful part of our city. And, we're very blessed to be across from the police department and the area that we are. So we want to keep it beautiful for everybody. I mean, I think across from St. Luke's, it's very well known, it's very well traveled. And I just think that that area is definitely becoming more dangerous for our children that play on the roads, for all of us. We get out, we walk, and that kind of thing. And the idea that this, could change potentially from what they're asking if anything changes, I think that's where it's coming from, is.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
would it be okay if we have Sonia maybe give Robin a little bit of an overview on what could change and what couldn't change? Would that be okay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, Council. So yeah, the staff is recommending a development agreement as a provision of annexation of this property. And the development agreement will require the applicant to develop the property, generally consistent with the plans that they submitted with this application. And that includes the preliminary plat, the phasing plan, the landscape plan, open space and amenity exhibit, and the conceptual building elevations. So when an applicant comes in to develop, we will be reviewing those those detailed elevations when they come in to assure that they do meet those quality of development that they proposed with this annexation. And if they don't meet those, we will reject it and require that they either provide better elevations that are consistent or that they apply for a modification to the development agreement to change the elevations. And we have done that in the past for several different developments. So that is how we can assure that you have the quality of development that you're seeing with this application. As far as the preliminary plat, we would not consider any development plan that proposes more building lots to be consistent with the provisions in the development agreement. They could go with fewer lots, not significantly fewer, but a few fewer lots, and we'd still consider that consistent, but not more than what they're proposing now. So hopefully that answers your questions, and we wouldn't, a little further on that, we wouldn't allow any less qualified open space either. They could do more, that we consider that generally consistent, but not less. So we want the bar to be high with what they're proposing with this application. Thank you.
Thanks.
Council, any additional questions? All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
We have someone online.
Yes, I'm going to unmute Idaho Senate. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Who could this be? Yeah, I say if it's technology challenge, it's definitely Mr. Burnt.
You guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Does it really say Idaho Senate on your side?
It does.
I apologize for that. It's my personal Zoom account. Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Treg Burnt. I reside at 531 South Tiburon Avenue in the Woodbridge subdivision. grateful for this opportunity to speak to you this evening. There's a reason why the application from 2019 is the only application that's been approved by this body. There's been many others that have came before us, or excuse me, you. I have sat in your seat before, so apologize for using the word us, but there's a reason why others have been denied, and it's because of the type of use that will be in that area and the type of traffic that these type of developments will bring. It will be tough for any type of development to make sense for this area until the unincorporated Ada County subdivision to the south is redeveloped. With that has to do with the future land use map and the future comprehensive plan. It's all about connectivity, and I don't care if you're coming from Locust Grove, if you're coming from Eagle Road. It's very difficult to navigate these areas during certain times of the day, and the amount of traffic that comes through these areas is significant. And I don't believe this has anything to do with the developers that have came before your body in the past or the builders. I believe that the builder is going to build a good product. I believe that the developers from the past and this particular developer have good intent. But until there is more connectivity in this area, you will have problems. And these problems aren't going away. So next comes the argument, well, then, it's our, sometimes developments just aren't ready. And sometimes it's okay to say, not right now, but maybe in the future when we're able to have more connectivity in the area. And I don't believe that that's going to happen until the property of the south is redeveloped. It's just a reality in this area. It doesn't matter what time of the day it is. There's backed up traffic, and I forgot the road. It's the road that goes. It's the unsignalized. It's the unsignalized access to Eagle Road to 55 from this area. It doesn't matter what time of the day it is. Traffic's backed up 100 yards sometimes, and it could be in the middle of the day. So I'm obviously here to testify against. I appreciate your time, and it's unfortunate that we're not ready as a city to take on projects like this, in my opinion. And I can't wait for the day until we're able to, when there's more development to the south that will allow this to happen.
Thank you, Mr. Burnt. Council, any questions? Okay. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we did have other people signed up, but no one wished to testify. Is there anybody that would like to come forward and testify at this time? Just go ahead and come on up.
Council members, I'm Tanya Bader. I live at 624 South Woodhaven. I'm one of the 15 homes that butts up against where this property is being built. We've lived there for 20 years. We've been to a lot of meetings. Councilwoman Strader, we have had properties that we have approved. We've gone to all the meetings. My kids have been in this building a ton, dragging them with us. There's a property north that we did approve, and they were single-story townhomes. Unfortunately, that builder built, 3 sets of townhomes and then filed for bankruptcy. And I think Corey Barton owns that property now, and nothing's ever been built there. So we have approved the senior center that was going to be approved. We all met with those. That was right behind my house. We approved that as well. So we're not against development, but every time our plea to the city is help us with this limited access. We are stuck with the Eagle Road. Years ago, 20 years ago, you could turn left off Eagle Road onto Magic View. You can't do that anymore. They put up because traffic got worse and worse. Locust Grove, we've taught both my kids to drive. It's chaos on Locust Grove. When both my kids went to Renaissance High School, we taught them to go out to Eagle Road, the light, drive all the way around so they could go to the fire station, turn left at that light so they could go to school. It's what, a quarter mile away, but they have to go all the way around. Even today, my daughter had an appointment. We were 6 cars back at 3:30, chaos. And then when Danik was approved, the gymnastics center across the street from our community on Locust Grove, parents are insane, like coming out, there's always near accidents. It's just, we begged for lights there. We were told we've been denied for lights. If that road on Bentley, which there's a light, the south of us, that would be huge. If we had a plan to open that, I would gladly cut through this new neighborhood to get to that light. It would be perfect. But we haven't had any help from the city, and that's always our biggest plan. This builder that wants to build her, the homes are gorgeous. I think they're lovely. I love their design. I just don't think the city has a plan. It's been 20 years and we haven't had any help. It's just getting worse and worse. So that's where we stand with this. It has nothing to do with the builder, nothing to do with what's being built back there. It's just we need a better plan because we're just so, it's challenging. That was the word that came up, very challenging. Thank you.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
Tanya, were you aware that actually the city changed the zoning on the
Yes.
subdivision to the south, allowing it to be developed in a different fashion than it sits now?
Though I don't, no, I think it was changed to build those little townhomes. You know which area I'm talking about? I don't think it has a name. It's by Meridian Meadows.
Okay, so what I'm referring to is the subdivision to the south
Oh.
between the interstate and Woodbridge.
Bentley, that road Bentley that goes through.
Then on our master plan, we changed the zoning, the city did, several years ago on what could be developed there that's now different from what exists there today.
No.
I just didn't know if you knew that had been done by the city.
I just know that the road is still not open.
That is correct.
That's all I care about. If it opened it up, it would be huge. I think this would be less of an issue. That would give us 3 ways in and out. I feel like living here so long, like the city doesn't always make the best decisions, like Silverstone Plaza. It took me 17 minutes to get from Eagle Road at the light to Topgolf, was where I work in that area. 17 minutes, and Eagle's backed up. This is like at 8:15 in the morning. So and also with something Robin talked about is Meridian Meadows, the senior facility or it's assisted living. That was a huge problem. That was one of the issues we had was like, is there enough parking? And we were assured there was enough parking. And then guess what? Not enough parking. Where the buses, it was actually Cascade Transportation that ended up calling the city and saying, we can't fit our buses through here because people are parking so tight. So I don't know where, whatever is built, where are those people going to park? It's just kind of, and we've been walking in our neighborhood for 20 years. Those stop signs that are there, you can take them down because they are run 100%. We watch them. We look at the people, we make eye contact with them. Those stop signs don't exist. And if they do stop, then someone's hitting them and they're knocked over.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Tanya, I have
Tanya,
a question if you want to come on back. So I'm curious how you you live in the Woodbridge.
Yes.
Do you get off Eagle Road? Do you go down to Meridian Road? How do you actually get there? And I'm curious how often you use the signalized intersection there across right where St. Luke's is on Allen Street to go around Chevron. Is that,
Twice a day.
is that your typical access point through Eagle Road through that?
I go to the light because the traffic if you go to the right, or the south of Chevron, like my husband will turn there, I can't do it. It's too much traffic. So I go to the light, I wait till it's green and turn right. And I work over in Silverstone Plaza.
Is it common for people to go up to Franklin and around to get there, to come down through Locust Grove, or do most people try to turn there on Allen?
People turn there. One of the things that was brought up in planning and zoning is that one of the members made a comment that the roads are public, we don't own them. And I don't really have a problem with the people going through the neighborhood if it's faster. We all cut through people's neighborhoods. It's just the limit. It's like it's just the access that we only have two entrances and exits that we're just kind of stuck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to provide testimony on this item? Why don't we go and take a 10-minute break, and then we'll have the applicant come back up and close at that point in time. So take a recess till 8:15. All right, we'll go ahead and come on back. Looks like everyone's back in their seats and ready to go. I'll ask the applicant to come forward to make final comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, again, Ben Semple with Rodney Evans and Partners, 1450 Bannock, Boise, Idaho, 83702. So I guess a couple quick things. Parking for this project, all these homes have two-car garages. All the driveways accommodate a minimum of 2 cars in them. And then some of the public streets are wide enough that they'll have parking on one side or the other. So we're very comfortable that this project will be able to accommodate any parking that is associated with the homes. And I wanted to reiterate what Sonia had mentioned, that the development agreement will memorialize the number of homes, buildable lots, the elevations that are proposed, and then the commercial development area will have to come back to the city through a CZC and comply with all the UDC standards through that review. So there'll be another bite of the apple, if you will, on that commercial development. Regarding the density and just traffic generated here, you know, the future land use map for this area is medium density residential and a mixed use neighborhood. That could allow for denser residential development than what is proposed right now, or commercial uses that drive more traffic than what is proposed at this time. Neither ACHD or the city staff brought up some of the concerns that we've heard tonight during our pre-app or any of the subsequent meetings that we've had regarding access or traffic. ACHD didn't require a traffic study. ITD just asked us to evaluate the impacts from this development. But at no point did someone say, well, you can't develop this because the access won't allow you. I mean, that effectively creates an undevelopable property unless you went extremely low density, which then doesn't comply with the comp plan. So ultimately, I feel like we've gone through multiple iterations on this to reduce our lot count. We've looked at ways to design the road system to encourage traffic to use a state highway and the larger road systems in the area. Unfortunately, we can't extend the roads from an Ada County development to the southwest. And yeah, I mean, we're really doing everything we can. Regarding setbacks, I did talk to my client about that. For the most part, it could be accommodated. It's a struggle. There are some homes that there's some bulb outs at the corners that restrict the lot depth, which then we run up against that setback if we make it larger than 12 feet. The developer had indicated that if it's, you know, a tipping point for a decision, 15 could be accommodated, but they would like the development agreement to include a provision that a covered patio could extend to the 12-foot setback as allowed in the R4s or R8s. And I would stand for any additional questions you might have.
Council, any additional questions? The applicant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That we. I leave that up to council. If you, we just heard from the applicant has the final word. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
neighbors have been through a lot of these, and while typically the process is the public testifies then the applicant, if that person hasn't provided any testimony, I'd be happy to hear it if she wants to provide it, but then certainly the applicant will have that other opportunity to provide any other follow-up. So ma'am?
Just wait till you get up to the microphone, please.
Thank you. My name is Janet McDougall. I moved here in 2013, and I've attended the council meetings before. And everyone said that they agree it's a challenge. Well, I've been to these meetings, and I learned that Green Hill Estates, which is north of us, is not part of Meridian. For whatever reason, they were never annexed. Locust Grove Heights, which is to the south of us, is not part of Meridian. For whatever reason, they've never been annexed. Our area was called Snorting Bull when the developer came in. And that's inspired me to be the snorting bull and to come up with this comment that maybe Woodbridge should no longer be involved in Meridian. Let's go to West Ada or Ada County and see how they're going to handle us. And you don't have to worry about us. And you don't have to say it's a challenge. We're paying our taxes to you, and we feel like we have been neglected. Now, we're neglected because of this anomaly of ACHD that's not responsive. The streets cannot handle all the traffic. They're not coming up with any plans. And you know, I'm becoming an aggressive driver now because I moved to Meridian and I have trouble getting out. So I'm at fault for being in there when it's yellow and turning. I'm at fault in going around. I'm at fault for being an aggressive driver. Thank God, when I go home tonight, I don't have to worry about the traffic. I'm shaking because I am so upset about coming to these meetings and finding out, sorry, we can't do anything. It's not the developer's fault. Let the developer work with Ada County. They're not part of you yet. You want to annex them because of the revenue. Well, how about deciding we don't want to be part of you and let Ada County take care of it? Thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
Jan, thank you for coming tonight and being the snorting bull.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe just a couple of general, and if the applicant wants to come back up and make any final comments, they're more than welcome. I'll save my comments for after your final comments.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, members of council, if this could happen in Ada County, I'm sure that my client would, look at that. But as far as I understand, when you do a subdivision development project, Meridian is a forced annexation jurisdiction, so we're required to come in to the city to provide that revenue. That's really all I had. I'm not going to be as colorful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I'd like to take a moment to have a rather lengthy comment. Woodbridge was approved in 2001. I happen to remember that. When it was first developed, Phase 1 had Woodbridge Drive. It's a collector street. And when it was laid out, it had a collector street going all the way through to Magic View, and it was going to be one long raceway. So the city council at the time decided to modify Phase 2 of Woodbridge so that it was residential streets, not collector streets. The idea was it was going to be traffic calming. Well, what ended up happening is it was the only cut through between Eagle and Locust Grove. And that cut through traffic was going in front of houses now instead of on a collector street. Looking back, I talked to those council members at the time. That wasn't their best moment. But we live with what those decisions were at the time. We all heard that have lived in that subdivision long time that it was supposed to be part of a medical corridor. And we all love that medical corridor idea. Well, that medical corridor idea is not gone. One of the things that concerns me enough that I need to make a statement tonight is I think we don't have the right information in front of us this evening to make a decision to approve or not approve this application. And here's the reason why. This is probably one of the best applications we've had on this property. And I know that because there's not 125 of you sitting in the room. Because Woodbridge will get up and they'll protest when something's wrong, and you've approved 3 of 5 previous applications. You're not anti-growth. You're just trying to find out what's the best one. 2,000 vehicles come west of Wells Street on Magic View. That traffic count, over 2,000 vehicles, was in 2021. We don't have a more current one, but we know it's higher than 2,000 vehicles a day. 794 vehicles a day are expected to come out of this development. And that's only with 79 homes. The problem we've got is if we just looked at this application on its own and let it happen, we could be absolutely jeopardizing the future of redevelopment to the south of Woodbridge, coming from the signal on Locust Grove all the way through and into this area that we're talking about redeveloping. And if we do that, if we screw that up, then we're all stuck with what we've got now and it will never get better. And as a city, that's a huge mistake that we could make. And I'll tell you the part that no one's mentioned tonight that needs to be on the record. On September 10th, this city council approved an expansion of the Idaho State University Health Science Campus, 23 acres across the street from Woodbridge on Locust Grove. And if we don't get that project done, that creates that extra housing and right-of-way and roadways that come through to the south of Woodbridge, we will not be able to provide the housing necessary for Idaho State University's Health Science Campus. And can you imagine where that traffic's going to go? So we would not only be getting it coming from the east side, we would be getting it from the west side. And it would be so broken, I can't even begin to describe what we'd be facing. So to my mayor and council, as we sit here and to the applicant, you have a tremendous application. You truly do. And they acknowledge it. But we have a tremendous problem, and I think we are not in possession of enough information tonight to know for a fact that we're not jeopardizing that future development that has to happen to make this whole area work. We have to remember, as we're looking at traffic and traffic studies are done, that there's a huge difference between business traffic and residential traffic. We had an application earlier this evening. You folks were sitting in here and they were talking about business traffic 7 to 5, Monday through Friday. When it's residential traffic, it can go anytime, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which is usually when all of our children in Woodbridge are riding their bicycles on the sidewalks, headed to the pool and enjoying their lives. So that's why when it's residential, I get that much more concerned about the impacts we're going to have within the 279 homes that make up Woodbridge today. So what I'm asking the mayor and council to do is we need to consider not making a decision, continuing, or making the ultimate decision on this application tonight. I don't think we have the information in front of us. I think it's premature that we make a decision on this project because of the area it is and the potential for destroying our opportunities for the future development to the south of Woodbridge.
Thank you. I can just add a little bit onto that element, and I think it's just so people understand where things are. So the last 11 months ago, State of the City, I specifically called out this area as one that the city needed to do some studying on. And that was followed by putting money in the budget to hire someone to help do this work, which council approved. Unfortunately, we had a staff member leave, and so it took a little while. The RFQ closes on Friday. So this Friday, in theory, we will have someone that we can start engaging with to do the work. And in my conversations with the team, our goal was to have this done by the end of this calendar year. This does encompass both land use and transportation, but transportation is the #1 component that they're going to try to get done quicker. But if the land use comes into it, it'll take a little bit longer to finish besides December. So in some regards, I think that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, because I think whatever we come up with will be the plan moving forward for council. And, I'm going to give my own 2 cents, and I'm sorry for those that were on council. I think it's only 1 or 2, but when we did this last time, I think we kicked the can down the road. There was a lot of people from that subdivision that came out in the county, and the council, I don't think, went where we probably should have and taken a hard enough look and solved this issue in 2019. Was it 2019, at that point in time? which is why we're coming back to do it again, because we really didn't come up with a real solution. Yeah, we did a land use, but we didn't really do a transportation component. And we knew if we didn't, without a good transportation component, it's not going to work. Since then, as John has mentioned, ISU has come into the equation. So really, what we're asking, the RFQ is looking to go from Eagle Road actually all the way over to Meridian Road, because it's not just this section coming through here. Central has real problems with a 90-degree followed by an immediate left at that point in time. And it goes, actually will go all the way over to Waltman, because in order for that property to develop, the transportation network is supposed to come in off of corporate, which would be the back half bottom of this evaluation from Eagle Road all the way over. So I feel bad that this information wasn't shared with the developer. Maybe they were aware, maybe they weren't, but this has been something that's been contemplated for at least a year by the city. And like I say, it's going out for consideration. Now, personally, the north half of this project, I think it could go. I don't, that part is, I think it aligns. It's not in the area where anything is going to be impacting the possible transportation. But the south portion from the creek on down to the interstate, somewhere within there is likely going to need to be a road connection. And where and how, if this were to be approved, it's limiting that dramatically. In that point, may only allow for one possible road network connection to exist. But this is what we're going to be working on in theory. But if council votes a certain direction, I don't know how that will impact our FQ. It may not. We still may have that conversation, but it's a much different conversation through this area. So I agree with Councilman Overton's comments that, I think that this is unfortunately just a little early. But I do want to get there so we can make decisions, because everybody needs to have good information so quality decisions can be made long-term for this.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I'm, kind of where I was going with this in terms of where my head is at. It's about the same as when we started the hearing, which is, I think if we're actively studying this as a city and actively trying to come up with a solution, which is what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Mayor, then the course of action that makes the most sense to me is I guess a much longer continuance at this point while we do that work. Everyone is correct. Like we've seen multiple applications for this area, and the truth is we're really not going to be getting to a sustainable point until we can figure out the transportation solution here. Like I really do think that that's where we're at. I do like the north part of the proposal as well. Like I think that the lot lines matching up are very nice. I think the quality of the homes are very nice. Like I think from the neighborhood's perspective, that part of the development is a really nice fit. So that's why I was kind of challenging a couple of you in your public testimony a little bit, because, it's going to take time to get this right, but there are parts of this proposal that are very compelling. But I just don't think holistically we're quite ready yet. It feels like more connectivity is the answer as opposed to less. I think with the ISU, that is a consideration and something that we can take into account as we kind of work through a solution for this. I think as a city, we have to own this. People are frustrated because there's not an answer here. The developer is frustrated. The neighbors are frustrated. I am frustrated. But I appreciate your commitment, Mr. Mayor, to really working on this and trying to find some kind of at least a partial answer to this by the end of the year, I think is the right approach. That's where I'm at.
Fair. I'm happy.
Councilman Caver.
As much as I want to, I can't support this application tonight. And if I was the applicant, I'd be rightfully frustrated. The city made a decision when we redid the comprehensive plan to look at this part of Meridian differently. At the time, we were told that staff was going to handle those changes, and that didn't happen. And then, Mr. Mayor, you were correct. At your State of the City last year, you called for this, and it's taken a year. And if I'm the applicant, I'd be very frustrated that here at the 11th hour, I'm being told, oh, we'll have more information for you next week. I think we've done the applicant a disservice. So if they're frustrated, I don't blame them. I'm frustrated. Likewise, if I'm the public who comes to these meetings and you see a new application time after time and you're frustrated, I share that frustration. I'm frustrated too. My hope is, Mr. Mayor, is that we're going to become a little bit more proactive about our communication, both to the residents about what's occurring in this area and to the development community. Councilmember Schrader hit the nail on the head. We have failed in our execution on this, both in our planning and our communication. And I hope that not another year goes by before we start to have some answers on this.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Well, I sit here looking at the list of things that I felt like I didn't have enough information on, and that just is what we've gone over tonight. I think the bigger picture is so critical for this area, and I'm partly at fault. I helped kick that can down in 2019, helped kick it down the road when we had an opportunity, but hindsight's always better. And so I think we're kind of at a point that we do need a continuance till we have more information.
Council, would you like to have the applicant come back up? What? Correct.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's incredibly appropriate. The applicant has comments. I think, Mayor, and for our staff, you know, it sounds like maybe this is headed towards a continuance, which certainly I'm in favor of. I think being able to give the applicant some understanding of a runway in terms of timing, that they can go into this with eyes wide open as well. Whether it's 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 24 months.
The short answer I have is end of the year for a majority of it, but it kind of depends on who responds. What if we don't get any responses? You know, the negotiation to get them on board and then the time frame, because, you know, it will be a public process. You're good. Trust me.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I really appreciate this conversation. I appreciate that you recognize that we're in a tough spot here. What I did hear, though, is that you guys like the north half of the project. And the south half is really the part that is kind of in limbo. That's where you're looking for a connection through.
Potentially. It
Potentially,
may
yeah,
be
yeah.
okay, but we don't know yet.
Sure. So, I mean, I think we'd rather have a continuance than a denial, obviously. Is there a potential that if we work with staff to look at phase 2 being contingent on this additional information and this study, or the south half, which is phase 2, but allowing for the north half to continue at this time? Is that something that, and I don't know if you can answer that right now, but that is kind of our thought process right now. Obviously, we have a developer, landowner, and a builder that have put in a lot of money and time and effort to get to this point. And I think it's something that they would consider, you know, to allow the city to explore their options for connectivity, and still exercise some development rights that they have.
I said it, so I'm okay with it, but I don't get a
Mr.
vote on
Mayor.
it, so.
And Mr. Mayor, I certainly am supportive of maybe continuing this for 3 to 4 weeks to give the applicant time to meet with staff on a multi-phase approach that would be guided potentially with conditions in the development agreement, particularly about the southern portion, recognizing that southern portion would either come back as a separate application or further continued, you know, reevaluate a month. To me, that makes sense. I think it addresses a larger concern, while allowing the council to get some lot better data on the pieces, maybe a little bit more problematic.
And frankly, it allows you to work through the public process. You're going to be part of the process, helping make determinations about what that looks and feels like and how that would be impacted in a lot of ways.
And I think, Mr. Mayor, we'd be welcome, we would welcome that opportunity to provide that input and coordination with the city, find the right spot for that connectivity.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader?
I think that gives you a path, an opportunity. I want to be open. I think for me, it's the context of what the possibilities are to address this area from a transportation perspective. It's kind of important for me that those possibilities are outlined and that I come away with the determination definitively that the north part of your project could proceed without foreclosing one of those paths. So I haven't really received that feedback. So I just want to be open that I'm open to that, right? But if that information were to come back and it were to become clear that like proceeding with the north part of your property kind of piecemeal without an answer could be problematic, I think. I also think it could be problematic if there's an option that city staff comes up with that would impact the north part of your project. And if you were to sort of foreclose that by proceeding, but I think keeping this open and continuing it makes sense, and we could do a check-in on that component of your project in a few months. But it does sound to me like, at least what I'm hearing, and I'd love for the mayor to weigh in if it's not the case, but at least what I'm hearing right now is that answers would come in December, like more fulsome answers about what the plan is for this area would come. And so I think it will be hard to move forward with a part of your project if there are big questions still kind of unanswered. So maybe it's 3 months or what have you, whatever you're comfortable with to check in, but you may not actually get the answer that you want at that point. So I just think it's good for you to be aware of that. It sounds like you are. Yeah, either a continuance or a withdrawal of the application is probably what makes the most sense. I would, if I were in your shoes, I would ask for a continuance too, to try to work through it. And again, I think we all own it, but I think we apologize to everybody because it's a messed up situation, but we do need to fix it. We need to actually get an answer for this area. And I think that's what everyone's aligned around doing in this meeting. So I guess that's my feedback for you.
And so, Mr. Mayor and Councilwoman Strader, I appreciate that a lot. I would like to highlight that the north part of this project, we are accessing with a public right-of-way that is stubbing to the west that preserves that connection. But north of the creek, we have Woodbridge to our west that is all fully developed. The county subdivision that is looking to be redeveloped to provide connectivity I feel like is the path for bringing a road through from the west. And so really south of 5 Mile Creek is the part that is available. There is a parcel between our south half and that county or county subdivision to the west. And Wells Circle stubs into a cul-de-sac at the south end of that property, that large green space right by the hospital symbol there. Yeah, right there. Just north of that is a separate out parcel. And so it feels like, where Wells makes that bend, that's where that cul-de-sac comes in, which would fall right along the southern edge of Woodbridge, and that will be extended with, and that's owned by a separate entity, but they could theoretically extend that to the west property boundary and then get into that subdivision, that county subdivision to the west. And I feel like the north half really stands alone. There's really not a whole lot that could be done to provide additional connections to the west from that point.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader?
like just from a common sense perspective, I would tend to agree with you, right? But not knowing ahead of time what some future report will outline as potential solutions. It's just, I wanted to caution you that I don't want you to look at it like in 3 months, you've got a slam dunk on the north part of this development, because I don't think that's the case. I think we need to take a hard look at it, figure out what the possibilities are with city staff and really how the RFQ goes. I mean, there's just a lot. I think that, again, professionals come up with all kinds of solutions to things, and sometimes they may surprise us. So that's all. It's just a caution to you that, it may not be a silver bullet is all. But I'm very sympathetic in the sense that, you all have put significant resources into this. And I, as a business person myself, I very much understand that. We pride ourselves on being a very business-friendly city, and also a city that listens to our neighbors and tries to respond to their concerns and creates good neighborly adjoining land uses and has appropriate transitions. And I mean, the one thing I will say is, like, if there is not a line of sight into, like, if in 3 months there's not like some kind of a solid plan coming together with a high level of probability, I do feel like just adding additional housing to the north without having a path to solving this is just making the problem worse in many ways. So again, I'm open. I just kind of wanted to talk through that.
And without doing the mathing, I'm not mathing how many homes are in that northern part. So secondary access will be.
We have emergency.
Emergency works, so that will stand alone in that case. So, okay.
And just as some more context, the city's pathway system connects to Woodbridge right there at the southwest corner of the north portion of the property. The sewer main, the trunk line also runs right through that space. So that's where we would be tying in, so it kind of stands on its own as well.
My guess is once we get somebody on board to help us with this I mean, I think staff, personally, our staff would eliminate the northern half very quickly, but I think with someone else on board, we could get that eliminated. I've not seen it in any consideration at any level to this point in time. And so hopefully we would at least be able to take that off the board relatively quickly for conversation.
I have Ian Conair with Kimley Horn. He's a civil engineer.
Did you apply for the RFQ? I'm just kidding.
Wish. Yeah, great to hear about that. I wish I actually had. Ian Conner with Kimley Horn. Just to kind of touch on a few points here, Councilwoman Strader and Councilman Kavanagh, bad with names, so I hope I pronounce this correctly. To Ben's point about the northern portion of the site, Councilwoman Strader, I appreciate you, saying that with common sense, it does make a lot of sense. And Pacific Lifestyle Homes is a quality builder that will be matching a lot of the intent of, the preservation of high quality living that comes with the Woodbridge community, or Snorting Bull if we want to read plat names. I come to you not as a snorting bull, maybe more as a whimpering dog, as an engineer who values seeing quality communities added to Meridian, as I am a citizen of Meridian myself. Ben brings up the constraints of the northern piece. And I would like to echo a point that was made early on in the presentation, that ACHD has a 5-year plan to improve the Wells Street Bridge that crosses 5 Mile Creek. Regardless of any engineering study that comes out of your RFQ, there's no way that ACHD is gladly going to abandon a brand new bridge that they construct within 5 years. If that RFQ suggests a collector road that sweeps and replaces Wells Street's current alignment, fantastic. But you're going to be in an uphill battle getting ACHD to gladly throw away the engineering plans they've spent thousands of dollars producing. So if you look at the constraints that bind our northern property, we've got about, I believe, 58 single-family lots in R8 zoning there, which complies with the future land use map very well. Sonia pointed out that it is significantly less dense than we could apply for within that future land use. You have an ACHD bridge that is been invested in and is built within their capital improvement plan funding plan. And you have 5 Mile Creek to the south. We are not planning for any access to Magic View Drive in compliance with the requests of the Woodbridge subdivision neighbors. So everything we are doing within that northern portion is as constrained as possible. I love master plan communities. I love the idea of a medical facility, sparkling on both sides of Eagle Road. but I agree that planning for a long time has not shared that vision. So much so that within our city staff report, we were never suggested to provide a collector road stubbing to the west. If you look at ACHD's functional classification map, which you guys all should have access to, it does suggest that a collector road would align with your RFQ running through the county land there. That was never suggested to us by city staff within pre-application meetings, within our P&Z, and here tonight at council as well. Everything here is shown as a local road, and we would appreciate if council could understand the constraints that face our northern portion while allowing us to have a continuance to negotiate with each department within the city to figure out the best plan for the southern portion. I thank you for your time. Stand for any questions along with Ben. Again, whimpering dog, sorry for the shaky voice.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
I think 2 would be.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
There's- Much like asking where we all want to go for dinner, we all have good ideas and they're all different ideas. 4 weeks is probably too aggressive. I also think it's beneficial for the applicant to at least have some insight about maybe where the city is headed with this RFQ. So hearing some folks saying 4 months, it's hearing some say 2, will make everybody unhappy and maybe go for 3 months. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Council, I don't know your thoughts on that, if 3 seems appropriate. I'm open for any insight. If not, I'm prepared to make a motion. Or at least maybe ask the applicant for some insight about some potential dates.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
just kind of weigh in a little bit here. I haven't made any comments yet, but I think we need to have enough time so the applicant can see where we're sort of headed on this and get some more feedback. I'm usually one to be pretty willing to allow a project to move ahead when it sort of matches up with all the things we've asked them to do. But I remember being on the comprehensive plan as a at-large community member, discussing this area for quite some time with lots of ideas. And I remember my takeaway being was we just didn't really know what we were going to do. So we just kind of put some future land use designations as what we thought we'd like to see with a lot of hope. So I am glad to hear about the idea of really unlocking the entirety between Eagle and Meridian Road, because it's really, like you said, I think you brought it up, Tanya, that it's kind of just, you're just sort of locked in there, but that's the entirety of that 2 miles there. If the idea is that we could maybe put together a plan that shows us a path forward on all of that, I think that's fantastic. I think 4 weeks is too soon. Obviously, we don't want to delay it too long, but I think we need at least 2 months is kind of short to me. I would be okay with that, but I think we need at least 3 or 4 months so that the applicant actually has some real feedback from the city and where we're going on this. So I could support that.
Council, in August, we've got National Night Out on August 5th. The next week would be August 12th, which I think puts us about 13 weeks out from tonight. Does that seem? I see a shrug and a nod from the applicant, so I think they seem cautiously okay with it. All right, so Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I'm going to move that we're going to continue tonight's public hearing for application H-2024-0059 to August the 12th. The reason why I'm doing that for those that are here is that we still want to invite you, if you've got other feedback or commentary, you're still welcome to pass that feedback along to the city council, which we'll receive in preparation for our continued item on the 12th.
Second.
Have a motion second to continue this item to August 12th. Is there a discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Neary.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, between now and August, would you like this renoticed? If so, who do you want? Do you want the city to absorb that cost of the renoticing? If so, we just need to have that clear, just, 'cause it'll come up.
Council, I'd look for your feedback on that. To me, if we renotice, I think the city should be covering those costs. But, okay. I'm seeing nods, so thank you, Mr. Neri. Mr. Mayor, I think my motion then should be amended to include that we're going to continue to August 12th, have this meeting renoticed at the city's expense.
Second agrees.
Second agrees to include that component. Is there further discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is continued to August 12th. With that, we'll move on to item 5, which is ordinance number 25-2081. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance related to 965 East U Stick, H 2024-0063, annexing a parcel of land located in the northwest quarter of the northeast quarter of Section 6, Township 3 North, Range 1 East, Boise Meridian, Ada County, Idaho, more particularly described in Exhibit A. Rezoning 1.11 acres of such real property from R1 zoning district to the LO zoning district, directing city staff to alter all applicable use and area maps, as well as official zoning maps and all official maps depicting the boundaries and the zoning districts of the city of Meridian in accordance with its ordinance. Providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Treasurer, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, repealing conflicting ordinances and providing an effective date.
Thank you, council. You heard the ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that would like it read in its entirety? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
move that we approve ordinance number 25-2081.
Second?
Have a motion second to approve ordinance number 25-2081. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh, Little Roberts, Taylor,
Aye.
Overton,
Aye.
Strader,
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Council, anything under future meeting topics or a motion to adjourn?
Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
move we adjourn our meeting.
Second?
Motion second to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.
Just under 9 o'clock.